Good evening, everyone. Before we call this public meeting of council to order for April 2nd, 2023, I'd like to respectfully acknowledge on behalf of council and the community that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. I call this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this afternoon? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda of the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Under new business, the first item is 659 McKay Street. This meeting has been called to consider the application under the City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 to rezone the property municipally known as 659 McKay Street from residential type 3-13 to R3-13 zone to a residential type 3-47 to an R3-47 zone. Clerk, would you please provide a report on how notice was given?
Yes, Your Worship. Notice was given by mail to all owners of properties within 120-meter radius of the subject land, by email to all applicable agencies, and was posted on site on March 5th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and apologies for calling you the clerk. I would ask the planning report from Mr. Hutton regarding this particular application.
Thank you, Your Worship. The applicant, Jessica DeOost of JD Planning, on behalf of the property owners, has submitted a site plan proposing the addition of 4 dwelling units to the existing converted dwelling of 2 dwelling units at 659 McKay Street to make it a converted dwelling of a total of 6 dwelling units. The property is currently zoned residential type 3-13 by the zoning bylaw. The R3-13 zoning already permits up to 3 dwelling units on the property, along with site-specific relief being granted for a minimum front yard setback and a reduced parking requirement of 3 parking spaces. The proposed residential type 3-47 zoning is required to permit a converted dwelling as well as to provide site-specific relief to allow for this dwelling to have a maximum of 6 dwelling units and to address the following deficiencies: minimums for lot frontage, front yard setback, interior side yard setback, number of parking spaces required, access driveways, parking area location on lot, and landscaping requirements, buffer strips. All other standard R3 provisions for a converted dwelling are met or exceeded, including minimums for lot area, rear yard setback, interior side yard setback for the proposed addition, and lot depth. Further, with the deficiencies of the existing building, which was constructed in 1910, removed, the proposed addition itself is only deficient in lot frontage and parking requirements. Therefore, this application can be viewed as meeting the intent of the zoning bylaw. The proposed zoning is compatible within the surrounding area, as McKay Street is lined with a diverse mixture of zoning. Immediately abutting the property to the south is a multi-residential building in an R4 zone. On the opposite side of McKay Street is a local commercial zone with dwelling units above ground floor commercial uses, as well as an R3-12 zone with another multi-residential building. Beyond the applicable block, McKay Street is lined with converted dwellings in a variety of zones. Therefore, the proposed zoning and the proposed use is highly compatible within the surrounding area. Regarding parking, the zoning bylaw requires 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit for converted dwellings. In the case of this application, that would put the total number of required parking spaces at 9. 8 are proposed due to space constraints of the property. While this means that relief of a single parking space is required, the proposed zoning would in fact increase the parking ratio from that of the current R3-13 zoning, which has 1 parking space per dwelling unit, to 1.33 parking spaces per dwelling unit. The proposed increase in ratio would bring the zoning of the property more in line with the intent of the zoning bylaw. To accommodate the above noted parking on the property, relief is necessary from another section of the zoning bylaw, which requires a buffer strip of 3 meters around any parking area that provides more than 4 off-street parking spaces in a yard that abuts another residential zone. The proposed site plan shows a 1.5 meter buffer strip along the north and east property lines, meaning that in these cases, relief of 1.5 meters is required. On the southern property line, no significant buffer strip is proposed, which requires full relief. This lack of a buffer strip can be mitigated by the fact that the portion of the southern property that immediately abuts the applicable parking area is also a yard and parking area itself for a multi-residential building. And further, a new privacy fence around the entirety of the parking area is shown on the proposed site plan, mitigating potential concerns regarding these reliefs. Regarding access driveways, the proposed site plan shows 2 separate single lanes, one each for ingress and egress. The zoning bylaw requirement is that each lane not be less than 3.05 meters. Both access lanes are shown to meet this requirement, with the exception of at a single point where the egress lane is only able to be 3.04 meters due to the location of the existing building. This requires relief of 0.01 meters under the site-specific zoning, which can be viewed as incredibly minor and being in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw provision. Regarding the official plan, the property is designated residential under the official plan 2016. This application is strongly in keeping with the directives of the official plan. According to the official plan, the City of Pembroke will encourage all forms of residential intensification that creates a potential supply of new housing units, and this shall be encouraged in built-up areas of the city where there is sufficient existing or planned infrastructure to accommodate such development. As the proposed zoning is proposing the addition of 3 new dwelling units in an already built-up area of the city, and it will contribute to new housing stock through intensification, this application can be viewed as very much in keeping with this directive. Further, the official plan aims to promote efficient and pleasant residential environments and neighborhoods, and these shall include such facilities as schools and parks. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the property, we have Champlain Discovery Public School, Highview Public School, Cathedral Catholic Elementary School, Fellows High School, and Bishop Smith Catholic High School, as well as parks Pansy Patch Park, Kinsman Park, and Harvey Fraser Nature Park. Regarding pedestrian movement, the official plan expects that sidewalks constructed to an appropriate municipal standard on one side for any local or collector road or 2 sides for an arterial road. McKay Street and many of the other local roads in this area exceed this standard, with sidewalks on both sides of the road, making for efficient and safe pedestrian movement within the neighborhood. The property is located on a portion of McKay Street that is designated as a collector road by Schedule B of the official plan. That stated, the property is within 50 meters of Bell Street and 250 meters of River Road. Both of these are designated collector roads, and also within 550 meters of the portion of McKay Street where it changes to being a collector road. This means that the property is well located for efficient vehicular movement within the city. Lastly, the official plan states that all residential developments shall be adequately serviced with municipal water and sanitary sewer services, and the requirement of a building permit for the proposed addition will trigger the approval of the operations department to ensure this. Finally, the provincial policy statement 2020 states that land use patterns within settlement areas shall be based on a range of uses and opportunities for intensification and redevelopment. And this application strongly promotes intensification, again, by providing 3 additional dwelling units in this area of the city and simultaneously increasing the mixture of housing density options. Therefore, the Planning Department is recommending the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application for 659 McKay Street from a residential type 313 zone to a residential type 3-47 zone.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Was anyone in opposition of this application?
Prior to the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee, we received 2 informational inquiries. No opposition.
Thank you. Was anyone in support of the application?
We have Jessica DeOost of JD Planning, as well as, I believe, the property owner, Kirk Brogan, present via Zoom tonight.
Did they wish to speak to council at this public meeting?
Hi, thank you, members of council. My name is Jessica Dow. I am the agent for the application, and I then guess I do have Kurt Brogan, who is the property owner here as well. I just wanted to speak a little bit more to the application. Mr. Hutton has provided a very comprehensive overview of the application, but again, just to reiterate, this is an application to permit an additional 3 dwelling units on this property, which already permits 3 dwelling units for a total of 6. as well as several site-specific amendments, most of which are driven by the existing non-compliant building envelope. And again, many of the requested zoning exception provisions are simply to regularize the existing non-compliant conditions. We've worked closely with staff to come up with an appropriate design that responds to the site constraints that are existing while providing appropriate parking, access and egress, and facilitating a form of modest infill intensification that is oriented towards the rear of the existing building to provide additional housing stock in the urban area. This proposal does provide much needed rental housing in a compatible and appropriate form within the built up area, which is supported by the official plan, as Mr. Hutton had iterated in his planning report. Overall, we feel that this proposal contributes very positively to the community and supports overall municipal and provincial direction towards provision of adequate and additional supply of new housing units and represents good land use planning. Myself and Kirk are both happy to answer any questions if there are any further clarifications required on the proposal.
Thank you so much. I'd ask for a report from the Chair of Planning Development Committee of Council regarding the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee regarding comments for this particular application.
Thank you, Worship, members of Council and guests via electronics. I believe the committee was in favor of moving ahead. I did have a couple of questions which I posed to you, and perhaps I threw you off guard a little bit. And that being, and perhaps the Planning Act is a little mute on the fact that if you're expanding additional housing, many times you're renting to a couple. Often couples have two vehicles working in two different places. So now your parking spots going from 6 go to 12 or 8 or whatever it is. How do you accommodate that? Do they have to accommodate the additional vehicles off-site? And the other question I'd had for you was in regards to the provincial mandate to provide affordable housing across the province. And does this fall under the mandate of some sort of affordable housing? And is there any funding that you as a developer could certain and perhaps gain from the province to offset your costs? We understand that people are in development not to lose money, but there are many people seeking roof over their heads across the province and across the country. Would you have an answer to any of those questions? Thank you.
Those questions for Ms. Daou?
To Ms. Daou or the gentleman,
Okay.
whoever can answer them. Or
So
attempt
just
to.
prior to those questions, did the Committee of Adjustments have any particular comments in terms of in favor or against the application, or what was the flavor
They were in
there?
favor, Your Worship.
They were in favor.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ms. Daou or the applicant, do you have an answer to Councillor Jacquinot's questions?
I can start to speak to some of the questions, but then if Kirk wants to jump in afterwards, that would be great. Speaking to the parking requirements, thank you for the questions. Yes, we do feel that this will be sufficient amount of parking provided for the units. 2 of the units will have the opportunity to provide 2 parking spaces for one of the units, which does allow for added diversity of the number of people that can habitate in that unit and provide 2 parking spaces for those. The remaining 4 units would be limited to the 1 space per unit. My client Kirk is confident that that can be addressed through leasing opportunities, and the intention would be to, if possible, prioritize renting to individuals if that's possible. Otherwise, there are definitely examples of people who have only 1 vehicle, so we would orient that towards single vehicle households for the remainder of the spaces. Otherwise, the question regarding the affordable housing units, we can certainly appreciate the need for provision of additional affordable housing across the province. These units will be directed towards sort of a reasonable affordability in terms of rental rates. The definitions for affordable housing, as we know, are quite specific. And certainly there are opportunities to look at CMHC funding and so forth for creating true affordable units per those definitions. I'm not privy to the exact, financing mechanisms and everything that are in place for that. That would be something that Kirk could look into as he proceeds. But certainly the units are intended to be more affordable and a reasonable rental price for the area. I hope that sort of answers some of the questions. And if Kirk would like to add anything, that would be great as well.
Yes, it's Kirk speaking here. Thanks, Jessica. Again, I'm going to reiterate basically the same thing she spoke on. The current property is a rental property that's at below market rent in the town of Pembroke, and that will continue to be going on with our process forward here. So CMHC will be coming in. And as we work through with them, we will be keeping up with a at or below market rent.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Thank you.
And we're pleased to see additional housing in a much-needed market. Thank you.
Councillor Jackno, is there any other council members that wish to have questions for either the applicant or Ms. Daou, who I think is still there? Seeing none. If anyone wishes to be notified of council's decisions, please contact Mr. Hutton at City Hall. I would ask for a motion to adjourn this particular matter at 659 McKay Street. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Brings us to the second item on the public meeting this evening. This meeting has been called to consider proposed amendments to the City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 under Section 34 of the Planning Act. Mr. CAO, can you please provide notice on, comment on how notice of the hearing was given?
Yeah, notice was given in the February 29, 2024 edition of the Pembroke Observer and News.
Thank you. I'd ask for a planning report from Ms. Sorio. Welcome back to City Hall.
Thank you. Very happy to be back. So this zoning bylaw amendment will deal with short-term rentals as well as other housekeeping items that are required to be addressed or we've had issues in the past with. So the short-term rental issue was brought before the Planning and Development Committee at its meeting of February 6th. There had been several complaints about short-term rentals, and the city had no policies or licensing requirements in place for this use. So 3 options were brought before the committee. One was to leave it as status quo. The third was to create a licensing, was to allow short-term rentals and create licensing requirements. But the Planning and Development Committee recommended option 2, where short-term rentals would be allowed within the city of Pembroke. This option would be viewed as a middle ground, and it would allow for short-term rentals to be permitted in certain zones subject to certain provisions. But the city would not enter into the business of licensing these short-term rentals. So the short-term rental provisions would include that there would be only one short-term rental operated on a single property, that short-term rentals would be permitted in R1, R2, and R3 zones, that a minimum of 1 standard parking space per occupied bedroom be required, that short-term rentals not become a nuisance in regard to noise, odor, garbage, traffic, or parking, and that short-term rentals would be compliant with all the other applicable bylaws, such as the fire bylaw, noise bylaw, parking bylaw, and property standards. So the Planning and Development Committee also recommended that the short-term rental operator does not have to reside on the same property upon which the short-term rental is being operated. So since an advertisement was being placed in the newspaper for the short-term rentals, the Planning Department also added several items that has been causing issues and would need improvement or amendment to the city's zoning bylaw. So the second item in this planning report is dealing with 0 Eganville Road, which is a city-owned piece of land beside Rondo Park. It is zoned R2. However, due to its location along the Indian River, it should be zoned open space, slope stability, and hazard. Due to the proximity of the river and the slope of the land, development would not be permitted on this property. So this property has been incorrectly zoned and should be rectified. The third item in the report is was removing the use of a private park from the hazard, floodplain, open space, and economic enterprise zones. So a private park is defined as a recreational area owned or operated for profit and includes swimming pools, camping areas, tennis courts, boating facilities, and such. So this use should be site-specific to ensure the public and adjacent property owners have an opportunity to comment. However, the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee recommended removing private parks from hazard and floodplain zones and keep them in the open space and economic enterprise zones, since no development can occur anyway in floodplains floodplain, and hazard zones. The fourth item deals with 7 to 9 International Drive. So the owner of the property has requested that this zone be amended to reflect the actual use, which is the County of Renfrew Admin Building and Provincial Offences Court. Right now it's zoned highway commercial and it should be zoned institutional. And the uses of the building are permitted as institutional uses and not as C2 zones. So this amendment will clean up the zoning of the property and ensure the use is now a permitted use within the institutional zone. The fifth item deals with permitting food vehicles. Presently, food vehicles are permitted in all commercial and industrial zones, and we would like to see them permitted in institutional zones as well. You see sometimes the schools have the food trucks in there for maybe fun night or whatever. And it's also subject to meeting setback requirements as stated in the zoning bylaw, and also getting a license as required under our licensing bylaw. The sixth item deals with fencing. So this section should be amended to correct the wording to indicate that an unpierced hedgerow shall be deemed to be a fence, and the maximum height stated in the sections 4 and 5 shall apply to such plantings instead of the present wording shall not apply to such plantings. So we just like to get rid of that not. The seventh item that would be amended by removing the maximum number of one dwelling unit in a central commercial zone. There should be no maximum as long as the provisions of the C3 zone are met. Apartment units are permitted above and below the main floor use of a C3 building, and as long as provisions are met, there could be 1, 2, 3, or 4 or more apartment units there. So the eighth and final item is under our interpretation section, and this section should be amended to reflect the change in the size of sheds from 10 square meters to 15 square meters, and this was amended by the Ontario Building Code. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. So the matter was advertised publicly. Was there any opposition and or support in terms of the various items that you have in this report?
So in regards to the 0 Eganville Road, the rezoning being proposed from R2 to hazard and open space slope stability. We had a gentleman, the owner of 373 Carmody Street. He questioned the meaning. He was present at the meeting, questioning the meaning of hazard and slope stability. And once it was explained, he seemed satisfied with the answer.
Okay. The Chair of Planning and Development Committee of Council regarding Planning Advisory Adjustment Committee comments in respect to all of these different items. Was there anything?
Your Worship, members of council, I think there was a fair amount of discussion went around the table and questions were asked, but I believe the committee is quite happy with what has proceeded.
Any questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none. If anyone wishes to be notified in respect to this matter, ask that please contact Ms. Soria or Ms. Hutton on this one. Either one of you, okay. And having said that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn this public meeting of council. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Development Committee of Council of Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. I'm calling this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none, need an approval or the amendment of the meeting agenda. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. All in favor? Carried, thank you. The approval of the minutes of March 5th, 2024 of the Planning and Development Committee. Need a mover. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Questions, errors, or omissions? Seeing none, those in favor? Carried, thank you. Any business arising from the minutes? None. Presentation, delegation, future of taxi services in Pembroke. Mr. Unraw.
Mayor Gervais hosted a taxi cab owner meeting on March 4th, and a discussion was had on possible new transit service in the community and its potential impacts to taxi company services. Angela Smith, a co-owner of Danny's Taxi, representing taxi services in Pembroke, will be present to speak of the future of taxi services should a transit service be introduced.
Thank you, Angela, and welcome to Pembroke City Council and to this Planning Development Committee meeting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I won't take a lot of your time tonight, but I did want to say a few things about the possibility of a bus service in Pembroke. If a bus service is put in Pembroke and it only runs during the daytime hours, it will cut into our busiest time. The city has tried a bus service a couple of previous times. Whether they were successful, they're certainly not here now, so I think that speaks for itself. If the bus service cuts deeply into our revenue, then it is possible that we will end up with like the other 4 cab companies that opened and closed in the town in the last 12 years. If that were to happen, then I would hope that the bus service would work, because this would be the only form of transportation you would have at that point. Plus 25 people would be without their jobs, and without our services at that point, or the services of any taxi companies, it will cause issues with Canada Post, the regional hospital, mental health services, OATC clients, school co-op programs would be impacted, and those are just a few of the clients that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And if we lose enough business to close, who's going to take people home from the bars? That would be a big concern to me, because people will drink and drive. They'll just do it. You know, it's been proven. And how will shift workers get home when they work late at night? Will they have to walk the streets alone from work? I mean, would you want to walk home on these streets in this particular climate? The other point is, can the city afford to put a bus service on? Do we have the one that was proposed that I saw on the website was approximately $3 million to invest in something that, given that the roads are in such terrible shape, our company spends tens of thousands of dollars on parts and tens of thousands of dollars on repairs every year on 6 cars. And honestly, as a taxpayer, I would rather see that money go into repairing the roads. Presently, we're overrun in the cab business, and we'd love to expand our fleet, but with the bus issue coming up, well, we don't know whether we should expand or not, and it's a growing concern with road conditions. So at this point, we're holding off till we see what happens. So we've been servicing Pembroke and area for approximately 30 years, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Now, there are single cab companies in town, okay, but they can turn their phone off and go home. So we've taken steps. We've decided that this is it. This is our stand. We're going to serve the public 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That's our choice. But with that schedule, that means that we have people that haven't had a holiday or proper holidays in probably 30 years, because we've been here that long. Okay? And I understand that you want to get better rates for seniors and students, and you're looking for a better price for people that are, well, they just don't have the income, okay? And I get that, but everything else is going up, you know, and car parts have doubled in some cases even more. So I don't know how we could do anything any cheaper than what we're doing right now. In fact, with the carbon tax and the expenses that we go through right now, and the carbon tax being raised, I mean, it'll be a possibility that we'd even have to come to you to raise the rates as it is. So the thing you have to remember is that the bus has to travel on the same roads that we travel on. There's going to be extreme maintenance requirements, okay? They'll have to charge quite a bit to stay economically viable. It's expensive. And I'm not blaming anybody here for the condition of the roads. It's an inherited system. It just happens. It happens over time. And I'm not opposed to a bus system. What I'm opposed to, I guess, is putting the tax dollars into a system that hasn't worked in the past, and then all of a sudden it's going to be in direct competition with us. So the only thing I thought of, and it's not been thought out completely at all, but I mean, it could be tossed around, is a system where if we had more cars, or even if there was another business that come into town, start a shared pay system where students and seniors or anyone of limited income can get where they need to get, okay? Or they can come to City Hall and say, buy vouchers, and then those vouchers could be used towards their taxi fare. Say they pay $5 to you or whatever, and then they give us the voucher, and then we send it back to City Hall at the end of the month, and there'd be an additional amount tacked onto it. But it would be a set amount, and you would know ahead of time. Okay, so that would be given back to City Hall for reimbursement at the end of each month. That could be done rather quickly and a mere fraction of the cost of a bus system. Okay, I'm certainly not opposed to giving people with limited income better rates, but doesn't everyone deserve to get a better rate? I mean, we talk about seniors and we talk about students, but what about the people that are the working poor? What about the people working for $16.55 an hour? You know, they're busting their whatever. You know, they're working really hard and they're trying to make ends meet. And rent is not cheap. You know, and then there's people on ODSP. There's a lot of people right now that can barely afford rent. So I guess I'm kind of opposed to giving a cut to one person, not giving it to another person. Everybody is in the same boat right now financially. So, like I say, I'm not opposed to giving someone a break, but if you can tell me how we can do that in this economic climate, then we're definitely willing to listen to it. Because honestly, we're not getting rich here, okay? As you can tell, people go out of business all the time in the taxi business. And we are out here servicing this community and trying to stay in business. So I hope that when you do consider a bus system or any type of transportation system, that you would consider these things and that you would consider them when you're making your decision. So that's all I really had, and thank you for your time.
Questions of the presenter? Your Worship.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for coming. I'm wondering if you could speak to us. You were talking about this voucher system, and as I understand it, this isn't reinventing the wheel. There already is voucher systems, and without telling us the names of the clients, can you tell us a little, like quickly or briefly, what that's about or how that functions?
Okay, it's quite simple. The customers have vouchers, or the client, the actual, the business, as we'll say, not the client themselves. They have a book of vouchers, and they give them to the particular client. Say, let's just say, let's pick a business. We'll say City Hall. Okay, so you have a book of vouchers, and someone comes to you, and you want to pay for their taxi, so you give them the voucher. And there's no price on the voucher in that particular case, okay? The ones that we're doing now. In your case, there would be prices because you'd have to have set prices. But it's just a matter of they just take that voucher and they give it to us. We run the fare and we put down the price. The driver signs the slip, and then we hand those back into that company. at the end of the month with a bill stating this, we went from here to here, and here's the voucher, here to here, and here's the voucher. So it would obviously be different. It would have to be looked at. We have one particular one where the customer gets in and they have their own vouchers, and they write on it exactly where we pick them up, where we drop them off, and who they are and the company, okay? And we have flat rates for certain areas where they go. Sorry. And so they go to that area, and then it's a certain amount. It's, say, like $8.50. And then they go to another area, it's $9.50. So we just add those all up at the end of the month. We present them with a bill. You went from here to this place, point A to point B, point A to point B, and all the vouchers line up with them. So they get a packet of vouchers and an itemized bill. It would be different if you're doing a split, where someone could come in and say they buy 20 vouchers from the city for $5 a piece, and that they're worth $8, say. Okay, so you have that initial money, which is good, but then at the end of the month, we would put down where we picked them up, where we took them, and we can put their names in if need be, so that you can keep account of it. And then we just add them all up and we just send them to you for the $3 difference or whatever. It can be as tricky or as easy as you want.
Councillor Fernier?
Through the chair, I want to thank you, Angela.
Thanks.
I hear you. I mean, a lot of people are having hard times.
Yeah.
Transit has been on our discussions for quite some time, and it's not a done deal yet.
No, it's,
What you're proposing is nothing new. This was brought up around the table as well. I believe Councillor Plummer brought up a voucher system. Maybe we could look at that. And I was supportive of that idea too, maybe, subsidizing the taxi companies to offer lower rates or something like that. So it's not 100% off the table. We're still, exploring transit, obviously, because it is a need. I think there's a lot of individuals that don't take a taxi at all. They walk. I mean, we've seen an increase in foot traffic in the city. So those are the individuals as well that they're not going to use a taxi even if we don't have, they would use transit only probably. But I'm just saying, we hear you loud and clear. We don't want to put anybody out of business.
oh no, I mean, and I understand that.
Yeah, and if we don't know if a service is coming, you're right, it didn't work in the past. I mean, we're still investigating a lot of different things, including grant money, and I think even if we did adopt a transit, it would be a pilot, and it would have to be, in my opinion, I'm not speaking on behalf of everybody around here, but to me, we'd have to get some grant money. I'm not into spending everyone's tax money on something to try it out. If, let's say, we were to do the voucher system, and then all of a sudden, you guys are run off your feet already, I'd hate to see what would happen.
We'd have to get more
Maybe you're
cars.
right. Maybe we could work with you to get more cars and hire more people. But anyway, that's down the road. I really just wanted to say thank you. It's important that individuals and business owners like you come to us, with these types of concerns. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
Couple questions, so maybe this will be more of a dialogue with you. Have you thought at all about shifting from a taxi service to more of a rideshare service? Because one of the things that I did hear from a lot of people, and this isn't against your business, this is against the taxi business, is that it's an outdated mode of transportation. The idea that you sit in a car and don't know what it's going to cost you. Whereas rideshare, you go on your app and it says, this is going to be a $14 trip. I know it's going to be a $14 trip. It also, basically the money you would have to spend on is technology, I think, to do it. Obviously, you already have the cars. But have you given any consideration to that, or to more of flat fee models, which is one thing obviously the new bylaw permits? Has that been thought about?
It's been thought about, but not for a very long time, because as you say, the new bylaws, which just came into effect, that was not a possibility before.
Correct.
So now it is a possibility. It is something we would definitely, again, it's something to look at, for sure. It's not that we don't, we have people that do that almost on their own without, they'll say, well, we'll get together and we'll jump in a cab and, and they know it's going to be a certain amount. And so we do a lot of that, where people will do it. We can't do it. We couldn't do it before. We can do it now. So to me, that's a good thing. It frees us up. You're going the same way. Why not? So that's not an issue. We would certainly look at that.
Okay. Your voucher model, how staff involved is that?
For us, it's just me and one other person, but for whoever's on your end, well, it's one person. It's not very many, it's not long. It's a matter of selling the vouchers to someone. So whatever time it would take to be at the counter and sell it to them, this is what you get, and,
And then reconciling monthly, I guess? Is that what most
Well,
of you
yes,
have?
you'd have to reconcile it monthly, but it should be fairly straightforward once if we sent you the vouchers. It's just a matter of, I'd say, depending on how many, I'd love it to be like 6 hours, but it's probably more like about 20 minutes.
Would your voucher system, would that be open to everybody, or would it be certain income levels, or?
That voucher system would be your voucher system, not our voucher system, so that would be up to you.
See, and that's the thing where more staff time would be involved if it was,
It's not a lot of staff time, though.
well, we don't have a lot of staff time to give either. Our staff work hard, and then they work harder, and then they work harder than that. So that's one of the questions.
Well, I could reconcile it for you, but I don't think you're going to take my word for it.
I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, I'm open to multiple systems. I mean, I don't think it's news that I was the one pushing for the new taxi bylaw and the rideshare and stuff like that, in concert with us also looking at transit. So
Yeah.
my feeling is that this is never going to be a one system solution, and I don't think that that's what you're coming here with either. So I like that we're engaged, and I like that we're having discussions, because I don't think it's going to be one size fits all. So I think from my perspective, this council does need to have an open mind, and I welcome not just this input today, but I hope that you're going to keep being involved as we go down this road, because as Councillor LaFreniere said, we're not at any end yet. We're sort of, the new taxi bylaw coming in was the beginning, and I think I met briefly with you one night.
Yes.
And we discussed how there was some positives there. There were possibly also some negatives with that one, but overall, this is certainly I guess, progressive movement still. So I want to thank you deeply for coming and having the discussions, and not just having discussions, but quite frankly, you very well might be the first person to come with a delegation with ideas. I'm not, I could be wrong, but I think this term you might be the first one to come with some ideas, as well as some thoughts about issues. So mostly I want to thank you for that, and I'm glad we get to chat again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Purcell, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much for your presentation. 30 years of service and providing that service to your residents is an awesome achievement, that's for sure. And I partaked in getting many rides, maybe not that many, but at 2 o'clock in the morning home. So I appreciate that.
You don't look familiar, so
The Glenwood girls, okay? Maybe it's my daughters. But anyway, that being said, I see an integrated transportation system. So, everything from bicycles, bus, taxi, rideshare, the handy bus, and even the Care for services. That's what we need to start looking at, is in terms of an integration, what that integrated model looks like. And, we don't have a one solution that fits all, but I think we all keep an open mind and really kind of move things forward in regards to, doing what's best for all our residents.
That's right.
And making sure that it's fair for everyone. I think, we're going to do a great job. So I do appreciate and I understand the pressures that you're under. I'm sure that the additional carbon tax didn't help things, right? I mean, just a propane fill today was an extra $2.35 for a 20-pounder. So there's some big issues there. The car parts, I can see that. Wages, another thing that's, that's going up. And I think, we need to really kind of look at how we're going to be doing our business moving forward and how we're going to move people around town. Everything from a walkable city to the uses of bicycles. A lot more people have, different types of transportation, electric bicycles, additional parking for those types of rides as well. I do like the idea in terms of the ride share in regards to sharing rides as this was taxi. I said my only caution about ride share, and I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but a lot of the ride share programs, based on the availability, if there's a high demand, guess what that price does? It doesn't stay the same. So say an event that happens downtown and you're looking for a ride share, to get there maybe in the afternoon was reasonable, but to come home because you've got this huge demand, that ride is doubled in price.
Yeah, see, that
That's how
shouldn't
they
happen.
operate.
That shouldn't happen.
But that happens in these cities, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't happen.
I know because I paid it. Maybe not in Pembroke, but in other municipalities. So we just got to be cognizant of that. And I think like I said, we can work together to come up with a good solution that fits everyone's needs. So thank you so much again for your
Thank you, Councillor.
presentation.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks for coming, Angela. It's important that we work together and keep everybody employed. So the council approved an RFP for transit costing, and the treasurers and her staff are working on that. And then council has to decide if the costing comes back within budget, whether to proceed with a 3-year pilot project. You drive co-op students from the high school around in Canada Post? And how many taxis do you have now?
6.
6? Okay.
We did have 10 before.
Okay. And so do you find the insurance a challenge? Like, you have to have, how many millions do you need for drive co-op students around? 5 million?
Oh, no, that insurance? No, we have to have that anyway.
Right.
We have to have it. No, they've lowered their standards, by the way,
Okay.
the school boards. Insurance is a challenge for anybody. I mean,
Yeah.
it's expensive.
Right.
Like-
So it's important, as Councillor Purcell was saying, to look at everything and work together to find the best model for the community. We have the handy bus. They've extended their hours to Sundays. We have taxis, and we work together. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Angela, for coming. I've known you for quite a while.
Yes, we
and,
discussed that.
30 years in the taxi business. I guess I knew you when you indoctrinated yourself there and started. And you've definitely, provided a very vital service to our community over 30 years. And as you said, 24 hours a day, that's a commitment. Many of your drivers don't get a proper vacation, not because they don't want to maybe, but because there's that feeling of service and commitment. And I want to thank you for your positive critique, for coming here and not tearing us apart, but saying, you're here to look for solutions for everybody and for the welfare of the entire community, cost-wise. I think one thing that was not mentioned as part of your service was in community policing. I believe that taxi drivers were always the eyes and ears of the police when they weren't around. I truly believe. Can you comment on that? I mean, if you saw something that was taking place as a cab driver, would they not? I would believe that
They
would
visit us
report.
quite regularly.
Pardon me?
They visit us quite regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they comment on things and see things that we as individuals who are snuggled up in our nice warm beds don't see. But while you're out there doing your defined duty, taking people to and from A and B, you see things happening. So I want to commend you on that community policing partnership. A lot of people don't understand that, there's cab, get in the cab and go home. But there are other facets and other assets that come with your company. So on behalf of Mayor Gervais and all of our council, we look for a solution to move forward and, to, of course, to save the taxpayer money. We don't want to see 20-some people out of work, that's for sure.
No,
So obviously, there may be some solution working together. Thank you.
thank you.
Next item is Sorial. We're dealing with item 7A, bylaw enforcement request for 315 Pembroke Street East, and a couple of other ones. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so Concord Properties in Ottawa is requesting the ability to ticket vehicles at the parking lots associated with 315 Pembroke Street East, 137 Peter Street, and 150 Peter Street. That's it was the old Algonquin College site. It's now a medical center, pharmacy, restaurant, student residence, and parking lot at the southeast corner of Nelson Street and Peter Street. According to Concord Properties, the parking lots associated with these properties are used daily by the residents of the apartment units and clients of the medical center and the restaurant. Many people from the courthouse, as well as overnight parking, are causing issues, and this illegal parking is using up spaces that should be reserved for the Concord Properties tenants. Concord Properties has been contacted the city's bylaw enforcement officers, but feel it would save time as well as the city bylaw enforcement officers' time if they were able to issue parking tickets directly. The fine for a parking ticket associated with parking in a private lot without permission is $50. So presently, the City of Pembroke has granted other businesses, such as the hospital and properties on Lake Street, Pembroke Street West, and McKay Street, the ability to issue parking tickets. And as part of this approval, the owners agreed to enter into an agreement with the city whereby they can only issue tickets for those 3 parking lots that were already mentioned. They must deal with any complaints regarding the parking tickets issued. They must provide a progress report to our department on a quarterly basis. They must pay for the cost of purchasing the parking tickets. They must direct signage regarding the fine structure, and they are to notify myself if there's any changes associated with the persons issuing the tickets. So the city must appoint by bylaw these Concord employees as bylaw enforcement officers, and the city is responsible for receiving and administration of the parking tickets as well as the processing of the payment of those tickets. All revenues from the tickets are retained by the city to offset the above costs, and those are conditions of the approval. Additional staff time is required to process the parking tickets. However, time will be saved if the bylaw enforcement officers are not called out to deal with these parking infractions at this location. So if direction is provided, a bylaw will be presented at the April 16th council meeting.
Wish of the council and questions. Councillor Keel.
I have nothing to add. I move that we proceed as recommended by the report.
We're on the floor. Councillor Keel. We have a seconder. Deputy Mayor. Discussion. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Has there been any concerns with other businesses that have been issuing tickets?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, there has not been any. So we have a little training process with them.
Okay.
And we go through the tickets and what they have to do to fill them out appropriately and properly, and we haven't had any issues.
Thanks, Ms. Sawyer. I have no concerns.
Anything further for a call to question? Seeing no further discussion, those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll proceed. Next item is 7B, Municipal Accommodation Tax. Mr. McEwen, welcome.
All right, thank you, everybody. So this item before us today, municipal accommodation tax, this came about as a discussion point from our Tourism and Culture Advisory Committee, who recommended that staff bring forward a report to discuss potential implementation and then the impacts that would come from this. So today, staff is seeking direction on where committee would like to go as far as implementation of a municipal accommodation tax, which moving forward, to simplify this, I'm going to call it a MAT, and I'm going to go through this report as succinctly as possible to make sure nothing gets lost in the way, because I think we're dealing with something very sensitive here, and we want to make sure that nothing gets lost along the way. If this committee does want to implement a MAT, and that is the direction that this committee would like to proceed with. We are looking for direction on 3 further items. The first is the rate to be used. The second is the body to be designated as the eligible tourism entity. And the third is the accommodations on which the MAT would be applied. So simply enough, what is a MAT? This is a fee that is being applied to visitors by the municipality itself on stays of less than 30 days on transient accommodations, which can be applied to everything excluding stays at post-secondary institutions, which doesn't matter for us. So really it's fees that can be added to any stays of less than 30 days on any transient accommodations. So for relevance to Pembroke, in this report, we've focused on hotels, motels, beds and breakfasts, short-term rentals, and campgrounds. The MAT itself is only applied to the room rate, not anything else that's actually at that hotel or accommodation. It's mandatory to be collected and remitted if it's implemented by the municipality, and it's mandatory to be paid by the visitors. They cannot ask for it to be removed. It has to be paid. And what really needs to be hammered home is this is not a tax on Pembroke ratepayers or on Pembroke businesses. This is not anything that affects their tax rate. This is purely on visitors who are staying at those accommodations. They are the only ones who this tax is being applied to, or that this rate is being applied to. Otherwise, this is not affecting them directly. So this program was put in to incentivize municipalities to invest in and develop the industry to incentivize more tourism spending. So we need to see 50% of the funds put into tourism, and 50% is given directly to the municipality by that legislation. So as it stands right now, we have a MAT in place in 62 municipalities across the province, and 22 others are looking at it. As far as that tax rate goes, the industry standard is 4%. 57 of them actually implemented right away at 4%, and have either maintained that rate or have increased it, and 58 of them right now are at 4% or higher as it stands. 28 of those 62 have a population of 30,000 or less, and 18 have a population of 15,000 or less, which I think kind of counteracts the narrative that this is only in larger municipalities, because as the years have gone by since this was implemented, we have started to see more and more small municipalities like ours begin to implement this. And the reality of that is now we are playing from behind a little bit when it comes to tourism against these other municipalities, because they have a significant advantage when it comes to tourism funding that they have been able to access as a result of this funding that they have at their hands. Nearly every municipality has applied their MAT to all roofed accommodations, regardless of size. Application to campgrounds is more infrequent. It's been done in some places. Others have made it an exemption. One municipality has excluded bed and breakfasts. One has applied it to just short-term rentals and not to their hotels, but is looking at rectifying that. But largely across the board, it is applied to just all roofed accommodations, regardless of any size, any discrepancy. In Renfrew County, as it stands right now, it hasn't been implemented anywhere, but we are aware that the town of Petawawa is currently undergoing preliminary reviews. So as you can see, we did include here a table for you to give you a bit of a ballpark idea of what we can expect. We don't want to oversell anything for you here, so we want to give some rough ballpark figures just so we know what kind of an idea we can have to understand what numbers we're potentially looking at. These really depend on a pile of variables, which we looked at in the report. But again, just understand that those can really vary depending on a number of things that we outlined there. And so that's just to give you an idea of approximately where this could end up. Hotel occupancy rates in Eastern Ontario have hovered around 60% over the last decade, apart from some lean years during COVID. But locally, we have seen some indicators that suggest that we are significantly lower than that in some or all of our accommodations. And what that suggests to us is that we have an opportunity here to make some improvements through investments in our tourism industry to get that number up here. And so through some investments here, we can potentially get up to where that rate is across the region. So as we look at the different accommodations themselves, we can see that roughly 83% of that funding would come from the 4 large hotels, 13% comes from the 4 small accommodators, 2% from the short-term rentals, and 2% from Riverside Park. As we look at where we're at right now, just to give us an idea, we are right now spending $31,000 internally here and $32,000 plus through the OVTA as well in 2024 on tourism. So as we look at those ballpark figures, we can see just how much of an increase in investment in local tourism that this could potentially be. I do want to outline here that we did have the opportunity to speak to each of the 8 accommodators and the managers or owners behind each of them, and those conversations really differed, essentially between that difference between the 4 large and the 4 small. The 4 large, essentially, they really made it clear that they have a lot of differences in their needs, their wants, their clientele even, because they have a great variety in terms of what they actually offer at their different hotels. And where they are in the city and everything, and what they're charging. But those 4 ones ultimately were all supportive. Some of them were a little hesitant in terms of they wanted to see what comes from this. They were hopeful that this could improve them moving forward, but they were all ultimately supportive. The smaller ones, we heard significantly different things from them. We heard a lot of opposition from them. We heard a lot of feeling that this would only negatively impact them. The motels brought forward concerns that they would lose money on sales due to per diems with contractors. One of the smaller accommodators said that this may force them to close their location altogether. So the smaller accommodators were very vocally opposed. And so we did have 2 very, very strongly, very different, strong positions up on this. But as you can see, we did have a lot of good ideas that came from those discussions that were brought forward for some ways that we could potentially use that funding moving forward. As we look at the potential eligible tourism entity, again, 50% of funds would need to go into that entity. We are putting forward 2 recommendations to consider. The first of those is the OVTA, the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, and that is the destination marketing organization for us here locally. As it stands right now, we are already a funding partner alongside the County of Renfrew. We already have a board seat on there. They have 3 staff already, as well as the manager of economic development for the county to help oversee what they do. After discussions with them, we feel confident based on verbal agreements that we have discussed that have outlined that necessary municipal oversight could be put in place, and funding that would be directed that way could really help to ensure that the things the accommodators were looking for, things that staff on our side were potentially looking for, could all be set up, and that their staff would be able to take care of it in a necessary way as well. The second potential option put forward there is the creation of a nonprofit municipal services corporation. And as we outlined in the report, this option is going to be considerably more time-consuming and complex. This is an option to maintain, at least at face value, more control. We would have to look at the legal ramifications of this, because we would need to be at arm's length from it, because the municipality is not able to actually just designate themselves as the eligible tourism entity. So we would need to sever that off a little bit in order to actually create this. But it is possible to do. Other municipalities who have implemented their MAT have done this to do exactly this. So it is possible to do, but it will require a business case. It will require legal fees. It will likely require more staffing either now or down the line. And the potential problem here is that, as we laid out, MAT funding isn't actually going to be available until likely late 25, early 26, if it does get implemented. And so we would have to find that money in order to actually put this option in place. And so that's something to consider if committee did wish to implement this option. As we looked at the actual municipal portion of MAT funding, again, to reiterate, there is no limitation as to what the city spends that 50% of funding on. Although the accommodators did really indicate their preference that this funding does get spent on tourism, which has come from the majority of municipalities who have implemented that. That has been where they've pushed the majority of those funds towards, has gone towards tourism projects or initiatives. Some have pushed towards tourism projects and initiatives, some towards other things. And other municipalities, it's been less publicly popular, but it has happened where they've put it none towards tourism, all just towards, say, general reserves, all towards any capital project. And it's doable, though, because that's what the legislation lays out. You can do as the municipality wishes with that 50%. And at this point, though, staff does recommend we wait until we know what we're getting, because we may be putting the cart before the horse a little bit if we actually start to discuss what can be done until we know how much money is actually coming in here. And so at this point, we would advise that if this committee does wish to move forward, that we wait for any discussions about what to do until we start to see in 2025 how much revenue is coming in, and then those discussions can be had. And the financial implications are laid out there as well. That at this time, if the OVTA is selected as that eligible tourism entity, we do not anticipate any financial implications at this time, although we do anticipate some significant financial implications at the moment if we do move forward with a nonprofit at this moment. And otherwise, we do not anticipate any other financial implications for the municipality outside of the potential revenues that will come in after implementation.
Thank you. We have Councillor Keel, Your Worship, and Councillor Fernier, and Councillor Purcell.
I'll start with the motion. I move to approve moving forward with the MAT on all short-term accommodations, including all hotels, motels, short-term rentals, and campgrounds at the rate of 4% with proceeds split with the OVTA. Does that cover everything? Okay.
Motion on the floor. Seconder, Councillor Fernier. Your Worship, you wish to speak? And, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the motion. The motion's on the floor.
If his worship wants to go first, he can go.
No,
okay.
the mover may go.
Okay, so to me, fundamentally, I've been in favor of this, frankly, while I was running for election, because just as you said, Elijah, this is outside dollars coming in to help us invest in our city. So unlike many taxes that people pay that go God knows where, they don't come back to our municipality. This one, at least, my understanding is 100% of it comes back to us without the province or the feds taking anything. So, I mean, from my perspective as a municipal councillor, this is the one of the best tax that have ever existed. More than 60, I think it was 62 municipalities already have one. That's not a small number. That's telling me something about where the province is going. And then I think there's 22 more municipalities looking into it. Presently, I think the report said we spend $31,000. I think at our last budget, I think 1% on the backs of our taxpayers was around $230,000. The treasurer's in the room and nodding. That was quite timely. So this really could, what we could be talking about, again, we don't know what the final numbers are going to be, and it depends on accommodation rates, but this could be giving us a 1% boost to the city that isn't on the backs of our own ratepayers, that we can help invest in our city. So the fee charged to visitors to me, it's just allowing Pembroke to build itself back up, including spending money on advertising the city of Pembroke to the rest of the province, to the rest of the country, and to the world, which might actually help bringing people into these very hotels and motels that are collecting the fee. So in some ways, it's not just an investment in the city. Hopefully, it will be an investment in the accommodation sector. And I think that was some of the feedback that you got from a couple of the accommodation here in Pembroke. I actually have a concern if Petawawa goes forward and we didn't. I don't know what kind of money they would be seeing, but imagine if the city of Pembroke goes through with this and they're spending an extra $100 and some thousand on tourism, and we're still spending $31,000. I mean, we won't be on equal footing if they're spending $100,000 on tourism and we're spending a third of that. So I'm actually a little concerned if we don't go through with it and other municipalities locally start going through with it, they're going to have quite a good tourism cash flow, and we're going to be not just behind them, but quite frankly, tens of thousands of dollars in tourism spending behind them. You know, a lot of our tourism revolves around our rinks and our recreation facilities. And, you know, I certainly will be imploring council to consider some of those. We just heard tonight from one of our taxi services. I know people visiting the city of Pembroke. You know, certainly when I go visit other places, I'm often using different taxi services and transit and whatnot. So I would certainly think that we would be helping promote our local transit strategies. The number of things, I mean, I could just go on and on and on. To me, this is an investment. I'm a business owner. I can appreciate that there's some people that think, oh, this is going to add to my bottom line. This is going to make accommodations more expensive. We're talking about a 3% tax, which usually doesn't even or 4% tax. Sorry, that was my motion. We're talking about 4% tax that usually doesn't even show. And I checked it. I can tell you, I just booked my annual Las Vegas trip, and you know, those extra fees, they don't even show up until the end screen. I don't know of anybody that turns around at that point and goes, oh my God, there's an extra $8 charge. Well, I'm not going to go stay in this city. I'm now going to go completely look for a completely different city to stay in. I mean, I think when it was first introduced, I might have been a bit more skeptical, but with 62 municipalities on board, 22 more looking at it, I think it's been tried. I think it's been tested, and I think, like I said, we need to start investing in the city of Pembroke. We can't stay as we are. We need to be looking at growth. We need to be looking at ways to bring new revenue in so that we can build Pembroke better, to steal a catchphrase. So I'm in full support of this. I'm not convinced. We've gotten submissions from the hotels and whatnot. I haven't seen anything that would change my mind. So I think it's full speed ahead, and I look forward, Elijah, to what you and your team are going to be able to do in promoting Pembroke more.
Thank you. The seconder will speak, His Worship, and then Councillor Purcell.
Well, I just want to say that I support the motion 100%. I agree with everything Councillor Keel has said. I want to thank Elijah for this very detailed report. And I do sit on the Tourism Committee, Tourism Culture Advisory Committee with Elijah. And I mean, it was well discussed. And it was discussed, I forget how many years ago as well, and I supported it then as well. Every year at budget, we try to scrape money together to try to piece together some of our facilities, and we never have enough money to, you know, and we looked at our budget this year. It was scary when we were looking at the capital increases that are going to be needed in all our recreation. And I know we're not deciding where the money's going now, but I too will be, along with Councillor Keel, when I'm saying let's earmark it, put it in a reserve for capital improvements. I totally agree when he's saying about promoting Pembroke more. OVTA would take this money, and it was discussed at length. They would make sure, we would make sure that we had oversight to make sure that those dollars were being spent on Pembroke hotels, tourism attractions, and things like that. And I too am not convinced. I travel. 4% doesn't scare me away from where I want to go. And I know as an operator, they may feel a little different, but I think, I mean, they're going to come here. They're not going to change, you know, and I think that you're going to see a Petawawa adopt this as well. It just makes sense, like penny, like I know there's no penny anymore, but it makes sense. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to.
Your Worship.
Thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, to echo what's already been said, to thank staff for the detailed report. It's 6 pages long, and there's no fluff at all in this particular report. Very detailed to not only educate the Tourism Advisory Committee, but to educate us here this evening. And furthermore, to thank the Advisory Committee, because often the advisory committees meet and they're sort of the unsung heroes. I know there's a member that's sitting at the back, Councillor Fernier, and Councillor Keel came and was an observer to that meeting because it's that important. It's one of the pillars of our strategic plan is economic development, and tourism is a key component to that. That's why we have the Tourism Advisory Committee. In terms of other municipalities, and I'll word it that way, it wouldn't be the first time that our municipality takes a certain course of action and other municipalities follow. And so I'm not concerned that there is no other one in Renfrew County. I firmly believe that the research has been done, that everyone has been consulted. I think that we will persevere, we'll move forward with this new way of doing things. As I said at the Tourism Advisory Committee, the municipality is a creature of statute, and the province doesn't give us many tools. They give us some tools, but not all the tools at times to allow us to do everything that we need to accomplish. But they have given us this particular tool. I certainly support this motion, and I believe that we will be able to move forward and do a lot of great things to promote tourism, to get Pembroke to move forward. You got to have the dollars if you're going to move forward. So, thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of don't have the same opinion. I don't think it's all roses, that's for sure. I was just talking with Councillor Fernier regarding the concerns in regards to the Canadian and the decline in terms of our Canadian way of life. You know, constantly nickel and diming, no matter who you're going. Like either you're visiting, now your visitors are coming to the city of Pembroke and kind of getting an additional 4% from them. How does that impact, and then maybe this question goes to Councillor Ed, Jack, no, community social services with hostel stays of 400 nights per year, so that's 4% times 400 stays, $200 a night. Is that going to be billed back to us from the county? They'll be paying the MAT tax? I guess that's a question I have.
I can't answer that, but I'll find out for you.
Victim Services utilizes, you know, they put up individuals. Bernadette McCann House puts up individuals in hotels, motels. An additional 4%, it works out to about, for a person that's working at CNL, they're desperate to look for places to keep contractors, is $210 per month out of your per diem that you're not going to be able to. So to me, I would stay in Laurentian Valley than I would in the city of Pembroke if they don't have the MAT tax. So that disadvantages our hotels and motels right off the bat. We talk about investment in terms of tourism, all this for 100K. 100K in terms of promotion and 100K. I just don't think the value is there. I think I have too many questions in regards to the impact it's going to have on our housing HPP program. I have concerns in terms of victim services, our local contractors, and I think it will defer people from staying, maybe not so much for the 1 nights or the 2 nights, but if you're staying for a long period of time, you won't be staying in the city of Pembroke. You're going to be looking elsewhere. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I have mixed emotions on the MAT tax. I support the 4% and the OVTA, and I like the ideas of where to use the money that the hotels came up with. But I spent the weekend speaking with the 4 smaller businesses and who don't support it, and I'll give the reasons why. The they're smaller motels and they feel they're more vulnerable. And I spoke directly with these owners. They're smaller inventory, their costs are tight. The average daily rate is the key to some of their clients, especially construction and trade workers who negotiate the rates. They feel that 4% could jeopardize this daily rate. The franchise hotels have more clients, so economies of scale. Some of the quotes were price matters in a smaller business. They mentioned Huntsville has the mat tax, but they said that's there's more dollars there. That's a different client base. Taxes are high enough. Gas prices going up. We'll lose potential travelers. Business is still a challenge from COVID. Now is not the time to add a tax, even though the customer pays it. A tax is a tax. There's still a perception of a tax being added. It's the wrong time to add this. The one accommodator said, we don't have the volumes to support another tax, whether client-based or not. We have a different clientele. Not all hotels have the same clientele. It's a specialized market. So the legislation says that we can distinguish who we charge the tax to. B&Bs, hotels, motels. So I'd support the motels paying the 4% because they're in favor of it. And we don't apply it to the smaller 4 businesses in Pembroke. But, you know, it's kind of flawed because why would the hotels support paying 83% to promote Pembroke? Maybe they could have ads that say, you know, Holiday Inn, Best Western, but it's going to promote Pembroke anyhow. But I'm representing the smaller businesses. I am in favor of it, but at this time, just the 4%, just the hotels pay the mat tax because the smaller businesses don't want it. And the legislation says we can distinguish who pays it. And so that's where I stand on that. Thank you.
If I may, from the chair, you know, when you're watching the national news, you're looking at small business, and let's face it, the country is built on 80% by small business, not by large business. It's the mom and pop operations. If you go up and down our main street, you know, they're not multi-corporates. They're little mom and dad operations that help pay for things. You're looking at a carbon tax increase. You're looking at a mat tax increase. You're looking at a tax on liquor and beer and God knows what else. And I mean, small businesses are struggling. I truly believe that. The larger corporates may be able to absorb it. I'd have some difficulty as a councillor supporting, you know, the way it is carte blanche right across the board. I don't think it's fair. And there are 4 small businesses that were totally in opposition, saying they would negatively, you know, affect their business, and it could cost them their business. So I have a concern with that. If you're big and you got lots of bread and you got lots of shareholders, you'll survive. But what about the little guy that lives in the community? What about him? What about them? Thank you. Councillor Fernier, you had something further?
I hear what is being said, but those small hotels, motels, they charge less per night. So I don't know what their rates are. But if it's $150 a night, it would be $6, something like that a night. I guess the way I look at it is, I hear from many people in the community that say, you know, I shouldn't pay education tax because I don't have kids in school anymore. Or people that don't have children at all, they pay education tax. There's certain things that everyone has to share. Now, these small hotels, motels, how can they're still going to benefit from the money that is risen and that is used to promote the community. So their business is going to improve. Now, maybe they don't see it, but I can't see exempting anyone who is going to profit from an increase in traffic in our community. And in the long run, that's just the way I feel. Certain things have to be shared. there's people that also contribute to the tax base and support the arenas and the swimming pool that never use it. So it's the same idea. And yes, I understand we're all getting hit with the carbon tax and everything. And but unfortunately, yeah, we all have to pay that. I can't. I drive. I have 3 vehicles, and I don't get as much of a rebate back for that carbon tax rebate, whatever it is. And I know people that don't even have a car that get a rebate. So there's a lot of unfair things. But I think we have to be equitable. The large hotel chains, they struggle too. They've come on board, and I think we have to try, but I think they all have to be treated the same, and that's just my opinion.
Councillor Purcell, and then I'll call the question. Did you have something?
Again, I think a lot of the smaller mom and pop kind of operations do look at long-term rentals. So if I use the numbers that Councillor Fernie used, it's only $6. That's $180 a month. That's $180 that you don't have in terms of your per diem. So why would I stay in the city of Pembroke when I can go to Laurentia Valley, get the same hotel, and not pay for the same price and pay the 4% and not pay the 4%? As an example, if they don't have the MAT tax. You know what I mean? So that's $180 that's in that person's pocket. And I know a lot of contractors that are here that are staying for long term at small motels and hotels. Again, are we going to be the homeless prevention program? Are we going to provide the county a 4% increase in terms of those dollars? Is that what they're going to be looking at? Because now to lodge people in the city of Pembroke, or are they going to lodge people outside the city of Pembroke, again taking away business from those individuals because it's a cheaper price, perhaps because that 4% makes a difference. I mean, it's fine and dandy to kind of say the big businesses can absorb it. Yeah, maybe they can, but you got to look at who they're catering their services to. Smaller, and that's why they're complaining about this, is because that's a lot of dollars out of someone's pocket. Maybe not so much for a night, not a big deal, but if you're staying there for 30 nights because you're working up at CNL, or that you're working on a big project that's happening, a construction project. And not only that, those dollars get passed on. And, even to have a child in hockey to come to a tournament, add another 4% onto their stays. That becomes unaffordable for people to actually participate in some cases. Where does it stop with the nickel and diming? It's a bigger issue that we have. Anyway, again, I just don't support this.
Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Keel, and I'll close it off.
Yeah. So this tax is a specialized tax for tourism. We're making a decision for the hotels, accommodators. Do you want to charge a customer 4%, and Pembroke will take half, the OVTA will take half, and promote tourism. So it's different than property tax. It goes to support all the things that Pembroke provides. But the smaller businesses were concerned with the bottom line, and they said it's still tough, business is down, and they're struggling, and they don't support the 4%. So they said if the hotels want it, they can pay the 4% to their customers. Customers pay the 4%. So the estimate is at 60% occupancy, bring in $476,000. 83% would come from the hotels, which is $395,000. We still have revenue coming in. But I still can't support charging the smaller businesses the 4% because they don't want it. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, I am a small business owner. Do you know how much tax I pay? I pay tax to heat my business. I pay tax on the income my business comes in. I send the government their tax after people pay my bills on tax. I then give myself money, and then I get taxed again when it comes into my pocket after it's already been taxed in the business. So the idea that we're nickel and diming, I mean, welcome to Canada. If people want things, they have to pay for them. This stuff isn't free. I mean, this is one of the smallest taxes that we're talking about at 4%. The smaller hotels that charge smaller rates are going to be seeing a smaller effect on them. So it's already built in to be somewhat self-adjusting to itself. Councillor Purcell says they're just going to stay somewhere else. Where? Laurentian Valley has 2 motels. That's not going to hold all the contractors that come to the city of Pembroke. And I guess by the same mention, they're not going to go to Petawawa because Petawawa is looking at a mat tax. Nobody has shown me, there are 62 examples of a mat tax in Ontario, and nobody right now is mentioning a single example of how this has hurt another municipality. We're talking in theory, well, a couple councillors are talking in theory, there should be evidence out there. If you have motels that have closed down, find me the news story online. Show me how it's hurt. 62 municipalities have a mat tax. Many of them are increasing their mat tax, so obviously they didn't have people flocking away. The one thing that nobody's discussed so far, and this was part of the report, is it's not all big cities either. Gravenhurst, Wellesley, I don't even know where that is, North Dumfries, South Bruce Peninsula, Kirkland Lake, Fort Francis, Dryden, Sioux Lookout. These are places that are thousands of dollars or thousands of people smaller than ours. Like this isn't a new thing. So I don't doubt that if I was a business owner, I would have some concern about this. I'm not saying I wouldn't. If I was one of these smaller businesses, I probably would be looking at this with some skepticism. All I'm saying is there are 62 examples in Ontario of this being implemented. Where is the actual, factual bad news that we're coming with? Because if all we're coming with is theory, that doesn't bend me very much. But if somebody wants to bring me some concern, and I'm not trying to hit on Councillor Purcell, but like when he says that all these contractors are going to Laurentian Valley, there's not that many rooms in Laurentian Valley. That's not going to happen. And the contractors, let's be honest, at the end of the day, the contractors are just going to build that into their contracting price. And then that's going to come back on me, so that when I go somewhere else with the money that I've already been taxed twice on that I made from my business, then I can go pay the mat tax at another location. But I think at the end of the day, we need to invest, and to suggest this is nickel and diming, we just went through a budget where we nickel dimed and pennied. Councillor Purcell, you were concerned because Councillor Plummer and I wanted to reduce the tax increase by 0.5%, and you said, "Oh, that's nickel and diming." Well, now you're using your same argument in the other direction. So I think at the end of the day, I do take this seriously. I don't want people to think that I don't, but I also see the serious investment that we can then use. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned, and I can't remember, Elijah, if you brought it up today, but I know you brought it up at the committee, was that right now our occupancy rate, I think, is actually believed to be lower than the general Eastern Ontario rate. So now, is that just because people don't want to come up to Renfrew County, or is that because we could use some help in investing and promoting ourselves? So when Elijah says that our occupancy rate is actually lower than the local region, that tells me that I don't think Pembroke's a bad place to come to. I think we're not selling ourselves enough. I think we're not promoting ourselves. So I see room for growth, and that growth almost certainly will spill over into the smaller motels. Anyway, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Can you answer that, Elijah?
Yeah, it is in the, sorry, goodness. It is there in the report that, yes, from what we have heard, from what we believe at this point, yes, they are significantly lower than that regional average. We don't have exact numbers because we didn't want to get competitive numbers to put in the public report from each of them, but from what we've heard, we are significantly lower than that regional average.
If I may, from the chair, I'm going to give you one example. During the Silver Stick, some years ago, a family in a caravan, Dodge Caravan, 4 children playing hockey, brought their lunch. They did not stay in a motel because it was more important for them to put that money towards their children's hockey equipment. They drove back and forth from Ottawa during the tournament. And I said to them, where are you staying? They said, we're not, we're going home. It was just a matter of cost. So, I mean, that may be a flimsy example, but that kind of sticks in my mind that, they brought their lunch in a cooler, 4 kids in a caravan, they're going home. That was part of the, their budget was to have them play hockey, but part of the budget was not stay in a motel. Now, whether the mat tax will affect that or not, that's irrelevant. But anyway, I'm going to call for a recorded vote on this issue. And I'm going to be very flexible. I think I have been. You can have a comment, and because the deputy mayor is who he is, he'll get one more. And your worship, even if you asked for one, I wouldn't give you one.
I just want
Carry
you to-
on, carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Very accommodating. Thank you so much. I just wanted to kind of respond to Councillor Keel's address, and it was more or less that not everybody's here for tourism purposes. Not everybody stays in hotels and motels to visit Pembroke, to go out in the water and, you know, maybe stay at the marina or go out downtown. Some of these people are using hotels for basic accommodation so that they have a roof over their head. So why can't we at least look at removing the mat tax for those types of situations? Because ultimately, we're just going to pay it back to the county. And plus, you know, when you talked about some of these other municipalities, they don't have shared services like we do. We're probably one of the first, we're one of the only municipalities that have these types of shared services with the county whenever they're looking after community services programs. So again, you know, all those stays that in terms of, you know, individuals that don't have a place to stay, that are staying at our local hotels, we're going to be paying an extra 4%. And it's going to go back to the county. Guess what the county's going to come do next year? They're going to come back and get another 4% from us. Like, come on. Like, I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just like, you know, not everybody uses motels for recreation purposes. And I think we need to be considerate of that, and that some people utilize this as their only means in terms of having a roof over their head for a night. And in some cases, and I think the deputy mayor can attest to this, you know, working with individuals to get them off the streets. So, you know, so that long stretch of 14 days, that's another 4% per night that's going to cost the county. That's only one individual. Anyway, I just think we need to be cognizant that these are going to some trickle-down costs that are going to actually appear down the road.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Final.
No, I want the motion read again, and my last comment is I spoke to the 4 businesses, 1 on the phone, 3 in person, spent time talking to them. They're not in favor of it, so I support the 4% for the hotels only. Anyways, could we have the motion read again?
Reread the motion, please, Mr. CAO. Do you have it?
Yeah, I'll get Councillor Keel, actually.
Go ahead,
just to make
Councillor
sure.
Keel.
Move to approve moving forward with the MAT on all short-term accommodations, including all hotels, motels, short-term rentals, and campgrounds at the rate of 4% with proceeds split with the OVTA.
Motion has been read. I'm calling for a recorded vote on the motion.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Nay.
Councillor Ed Jacquino?
Nope.
Councillor Ian Keel?
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere?
Yay.
Councillor Andrew Plummer?
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell?
Nay.
And Mayor Ron Gervais?
Yay.
The vote is 4-3. The motion carries.
Thank you. No further business before this committee. I would call for a motion to adjourn, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell. We are adjourned.
Welcome, everyone, to our April 2nd Finance and Administration Committee. Call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof? Seeing none. A motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Keel, seconded. Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Motion to approve the minutes from Finance and Admin Committee, March 5th. We have Councillor Jacquino, Councillor Frenier. Those in favor? Carried. Any business from those minutes? Seeing none. Item number 6, new business. Pembroke Fire Department monthly report. Welcome, Chief Sell.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening, Council. So we'll start off with our March monthly report. So in March, we once again partnered with the Pembroke Public Library, and we ran the Junior Firefighters program over March break. So some of the topics covered with the children was knowing what to do when they face a fire in their home, how to get out and stay out, never go back inside, and to go to their meeting spot. The attendees toured the fire hall, the trucks, and they got to meet Sparky. So 13 children attended this event. We also continued with our regular inspections for the month of March. Fire safety and extinguisher training sessions were delivered at Supple's Landing for the remaining staff that had not attended the training in February. A review of the fire safety plan and emergency response training was conducted at Marion Hill. Our public safety messaging on Pembroke's Pure Country for the month focused on distracted driving leading into March break. And we've also identified smoking-related fires as a major concern in the city, and our education efforts have began in March. On our Facebook page, we reached almost 25,000 users. We engaged with 8,000 users, and we acquired 35 new followers in March. We promoted the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association Pancake Breakfast in support of the Pembroke Handy Bus, which is this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at the Pembroke Fire Hall. We celebrated Employee Appreciation Day and International Women's Day. With the clock springing ahead, we reminded everyone to change their batteries and test their smoke alarms. With the weather slowly warming, we will keep our followers informed of the watershed conditions in the Pembroke area. We shared some images from our junior firefighter program, and we've been posting safety reminders for the upcoming eclipse on April 8th. Lastly, we shared MPP Yakubuski's post regarding Bill 177, which was tabled by MPP Yakubuski, called the Test Your Smoke Alarm Day Act. The bill proclaims September 28th each year as Test Your Smoke Alarm Day in the province of Ontario. To acknowledge the hard work and dedication and professionalism of our staff, Firefighter of the Month goes to firefighter Matt Troutman. Matt has organized and led the junior firefighter program for several years now. His efforts and leadership in this program are very much appreciated. And our volunteer of the month goes to Jacob Terrian. So congratulations to both Matt and Jacob. Courses and seminars in March. Firefighters Dunn and Roots attended in-class sessions and completed the testing for 41 Instructor 1. Firefighters Hawley and Troutman attended in-class sessions and completed the testing with an MPA 1021 Fire Officer 1. Acting Captain Kelly has begun the commercial equipment inspection course under the Ontario Fire College. Acting Captain Zimmerman completed Ontario Fire College course on Parts 2 and 6 of the Ontario Fire Code and began a course on Part 9 of the Ontario Fire Code. And myself, I attended the Mutual Aid Coordinator Symposium and the Northeastern Fire Education Conference and Trade Show. So in March, there were no vulnerable occupancy inspections. However, as mentioned earlier, there was training and educational sessions provided. The training room hosted in-house training sessions and departmental meetings. The training room also hosted Renfrew County Fire Chiefs Association meeting, Emergency Management Program Committee meeting, and as mentioned earlier, the Junior Firefighter Program. In March, the Firefighters Association hosted the annual Elwyn Ducro Memorial Hockey Tournament for Emergency Services. The proceeds from this event go towards assisting families and with enrolling and equipping children in minor hockey programs. The association also sponsored a public skating event during March break. For March, career firefighters conducted ice rescue training at the quarry. Conditions were perfect, which allowed them to get the full experience of actually falling through the ice, having to maneuver through open water, 2 ice shelves, etc. So it was a very good session. Where this year, as last year, we focused on an overall scenario type exercise. This year, we focused on developing the individual skills for the JPRs that are required under the standard. Very successful training, very good feedback from staff. Staff also attended electric vehicle and lithium-ion battery training sessions this month. And then the rest of the training is outlined. Volunteer training for the month of March focused on search and rescue, victim removal, firefighter self-survival, and rapid intervention training. Our recreational open-air burning permits and inspections. So far to date in 2024, we have 16 permits, and 2 of those are renewals. A number of inspections have been conducted, but the permits still have not are still outstanding. Our smoke alarm program. So for the month of March, the smoke alarm program inspections, we conducted 13. However, in those 13 inspections, we tested 34 smoke alarms. 1 smoke alarm was missing, 1 smoke alarm was not working, and 1 smoke alarm required the batteries to be replaced, and we installed 3 new smoke alarms. So those 3 new smoke alarms that were installed, those are for ones that, for instance, they worked, but they were past the 10-year expiry date. So while I was at the fire education conference, there was one particular presentation on the risk management side of things in the fire service, and I'd just like to note that I'm hearing compliance rates for smoke alarms in some Ontario municipalities are around, the 45 to 50% range. So looking at the numbers that we're seeing in the city of Pembroke, that I think the numbers that we have are exceptional, and I think that goes to speak to some of the educational programs that we've been conducting in the past and are pushed forward with this, and we'll continue to work on that to get it to close to as 100% as we can. But just so you know, that's where some of the other municipalities in the province are sitting at. Our inspections and consultations for the month of March, 128. Total responses, 33. You can see false alarms again are creeping up. We are trying to address this as best we can. However, most of the tools we have, namely the bylaw, doesn't come into play when we're looking at some of these specific false alarms. So the false alarms, it maybe somebody thinks they smell smoke. So unfortunately, according to the list of entries we have for the provincial reporting system, that is a false alarm. So although 10 false alarms are there, we are trying to limit the number of false alarms that we're getting. And I think for the most part, you can see under the false alarm warning letters, those are still staying fairly close to where we've seen in the last few years. There's been no fines issued this year. So I think as far as the bylaw goes, it's still working.
Thank you, Chief. Questions or comments, Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. Question for you is that we know this past winter the amount of snowpack was dramatically reduced, which obviously is being played out in terms of the height of the, or lack thereof, of our river and so forth, the Ottawa River. And we, with the exception of the next couple of days, which apparently we're going to receive some precipitation, we'll see whether it plays out the way Weather Network says. I guess what I was curious about is whether or not you had any information or guidance, not only for ourselves, but the public at large in terms of how dry conditions are.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor, Your Worship. So I've been monitoring what the other municipalities are doing in the county. Most of the municipalities are in what they call a level 1 fire ban. So that is limiting the number of, limiting agricultural forestry type fires. But nobody has limited the recreational burning. So in that respect, I look at the way that we do the inspections, the requirements we have in place. I don't see that as being a huge risk at this time. However, we are staying on top of the conditions. Over the next 2 weeks, we are looking at possibly 10 days of precipitation. So perhaps, April showers are still coming. And then once we see that grass start to green up again, that should alleviate some of the issues we're seeing. Right now, it's the dry grasses along the roadside that are causing the issue, and it's improperly discarded cigarettes. And that's what the issue is right now. And so people are flicking their cigarette butts out the road or putting them out and flicking them in the ditch and not paying attention to what's going on. And for example, that led to an $800,000 loss on Opionga Road just last week. 6 buildings were destroyed. I think 5 acres were destroyed. This is preventable stuff. So in that sense, we see grass fires every year. So it's just knowing how to prevent them and people making that effort to ensure that their cigarettes are put out properly, I think is the key. And like I said, we're watching the indices and the indexes that the MNRF are putting out regarding forest fires, and we're keeping an eye on it. If we see a movement countywide with the ban, perhaps we'll look at following suit. I feel like we should move together as a county fire service so that there isn't pockets, but that may be something that we have to have a discussion on down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier?
Thank you. Through the chair, same topic. Last year it was dry, and I know I live on Elgin Street, Nadine's Bush area is out there in front. I know there was some individuals setting up camp back there with campfires and things of that nature, and I'm wondering if the county has been in discussions with how to mitigate the dangers like that, where people are living out and maybe they're not going to extinguish their fire because that's their sole source of cooking and whatever. So has there been any discussions on how to mitigate that risk? Because I think we're going to be facing it again this summer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I know that I've instructed my staff that if we encounter any encampments or anything like that within the municipality, that they're to forward it to me so I can share that with EMS and police so we all know of what's going on. Mostly for the EMS and the police. It's nice to know from our perspective where these people are, but our scope is very limited as far as fire goes. As far as Nadine's Bush, that is Laurentian Valley.
Yes.
So unfortunately, I can't speak to what their plans are in that regard.
However, Elgin does it's the boundary, so it does affect city residents. So I guess that's why I'm bringing it up. It is, you're correct.
I completely understand your concern. But sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, again. But I will have some discussions with Laurentian Valley and let them know that we're here to help, and if they need our help, we're more than available to come down and assist.
Councillor Purcell?
Thanks, Chief, for your report. I appreciate that. Maybe a little different topic, but I know that Renfrew County was successful in getting a sandbagging machine this year as part of their emergency preparedness. It was a grant. And I know that I believe we were successful in terms of getting the grant for a generator, I believe it is. Do you have any update on that? Is that something, information that, in terms of emergency preparedness, what is that generator being used for, and what's in terms of emergency preparedness?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we were not successful with our grant application.
Okay.
There's the process was just the application, and then Emergency Management Ontario came back with a yes or no, with no follow-ups to see, you know, where things could have been improved upon. I brought my concerns to a member of the EMO at the conference. He'll do his best to run it up the line, but he certainly agreed with the position that there should be some discourse as to, you know, like, why were we not successful? What could we improve upon so that we are successful in the future? I do know that there was a couple of municipalities who were successful in their applications, and I feel confident enough to say that our proposal was just as strong and just as good as anybody else's that was successful. So I don't know. I don't know what the criteria was, and I don't know exactly what they were looking for.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
Just on the issue of the electric vehicle and lithium-ion batteries, I understand from the open house, I can't remember if you were standing there or not, but we were sort of talking about how these electric car and electric batteries are posing some, I guess, more complex fire situations for us. And the reason I thought about it was piggybacking on Councillor Purcell's grant request. Are we, like, do we have the equipment, or is there specialty equipment that we're going to be looking at some point as these become, I mean, I think our area, I think electric vehicles are probably a lesser percentage compared to certain parts of the province, but obviously I think the expectation is that they'll be getting larger. Is this something we're looking at or going to have to be looking at, and will there be grants for any special equipment or anything?
Through you, Mr. Chair. As far as the equipment and the and a standard piece of equipment to put out a electric vehicle fire, no, that is still jury's still out on a lot of that equipment. You know, some say use this, some say don't use that, use this. So that the jury's still out on that. So we are taking notes. I would say over half of my staff have attended this training, so we're putting together standard operating guidelines on how to approach these fires. There are tools that we can purchase to sort of mitigate some of the possible effects of this stuff, but right now they're for the number of fires that we see, the cost is too exorbitant right now for us. So possibly down the road we could explore this in grant forms, but as of right now, the cost of some of these particular pieces of equipment just aren't worth the risks that we're seeing.
Might we look at like a shared, if the numbers don't warrant it, is it possible we could look at a shared option with some of our neighbors?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, that's always on the table.
Any other questions or comments for the chief? Seeing none, thank you, Chief. Next, we welcome our Treasurer, Ms. Lachty, on the Procurement Bylaw proposed update. Welcome.
Good evening and thank you. So 2 amendments to the purchasing bylaw are proposed. So the first amendment is a housekeeping item related to the exclusion of bidders. So the city has received new legal advice regarding the disqualification of bidders. So based on this legal advice, it is proposed to delete the current wording under section 2.43, exclusion of bidders in litigation, and replacing it with a new section entitled disqualification of a supplier and bidder. And the exact wording is provided as part of the report. The other proposed amendment relates to the RFP process for the acquisition of software. So over the past several years, the city has not been successful in obtaining competitive bids from software providers. And some examples include our work order software, our common notification system software, request and recreation software. So I have discussed this with other area treasurers, and I understand that software is typically an exempt item in their purchasing policy and their purchasing bylaws. So it is therefore proposed to add software to Appendix B, goods and services exempt from provision of the procurement policy. So this exemption would not mean that staff would not evaluate software, but it would be an internal process that would compare the software to a needs assessment as well as a cybersecurity review of any software obtained. So, so tonight I am seeking committee support for these two amendments, and if approved, an amending bylaw would be provided at the next regular meeting of council. Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
No issues with the software one. I have, so the disqualification of bidder one, we're basically saying that the corporation may, if there's supporting evidence, basically disqualify people for a whole list of reasons. I'm worried that we then open the door to an argument over the supporting evidence. Can we not just choose to disqualify bidders? Like, do we have to have a reason? I don't know, maybe the municipality does. I know, you know, my law firm, I can choose to buy from whomever I want. Nobody can make me go to one person or another. I just worry that we're opening the door for a fight about whether the underlying evidence was there, was not there. We see it differently than the bidder does, and then we end up in court over $1 million contract because we thought that, you know, like Section E, if the supplier or any of its officers or directors has been convicted of a serious crime. I am a lawyer. I don't know what a serious crime is. I would assume murder is a serious crime. Is regular assault a serious crime? What about regular assault versus sexual assault? Is one more serious than the other? I don't want us opening the door to people then coming back to us. So I'm literally wondering, can we just say, because I think I know what we're trying to do here. Can we not just say, no, I'm not taking bids from Councillor Jacquinot. Too bad. I'm not taking bids from Councillor Plummer. Like, is there a way to tighten it up and make it more just set, I guess is what I'm wondering. And this is not an area of law that I personally am an expert in. But it's just like, when I got to E, I was just like, that's the one that bugs me. I don't know what that means.
So through the chair, so this is the legal advice that we have received in terms of the exact wording. Now, it does say that it is in our at our sole discretion. I would say as a municipality, it's important for us to be as transparent as possible, and obviously we want to have a competitive process. We want to have as many people bid as possible. So it does explain some of the grounds by which the corporation could disqualify a bidder. I guess in terms of the serious crimes, I do know that the city has received bids from an organization that has since been, I think, under investigation by the federal government for crime. So that would be a good example of one that we might want to, if they were to bid on something, might want to disqualify just because we're aware of other active court cases against a particular vendor. So I would see, that would be an example of where we might want to use E, saying, we're not sure your organization is legit at this time, so we're not going to be entertaining bids from your organization at this time. But certainly I can go back to legal if we're looking for something a little more succinct.
Okay, Councillor, or CEO, and then Councillor Purcell. Is that okay, Councillor Purcell? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just to provide a little bit of clarity on this. So yeah, the municipality doesn't have the right to kind of disqualify someone just because. So we have to follow the Treasury Board rules, and that's what's outlined here, and that's why we need to have very prescript reasons why, or we will end up in a lawsuit. So that's why they have the detail that you have here.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Treasurer, for your report. Just one question, and I think it's more or less to do with the software component. Do we, as a municipality, conduct privacy impact assessments as part of the software assessment process? Do we have a policy in regards to privacy impact assessment? I mean, some of the information like we have is in terms of the recreation tools and stuff like that. It houses personal information, billing material information, you know, it's considered personal information. Just wondering in terms of a breach, in terms of, I know any type of software, didn't matter what it was, there was a specific process called a privacy impact assessment that had to be completed, ensuring that the software had the appropriate safeguards to protect information. So I'm just wondering if we if we remove some of the software components out of the procurement policy, are we watering down some of those assessments? I don't know. Maybe just something to consider.
So through the chair, so that would be part of staff's internal review. So typically the one area of concern would be payment information, like credit card information. So we always make sure that if it is going to process payments, that they're PCI compliant and they are meeting those types of standards that exist in the industry to protect people's, you know, personal information that way. And that's typically, you know, where we see the privacy coming into play. And that, you know, we would still request that, even without a formal RFP process.
Thank you.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from what I can understand, Madam Treasurer, from your report and from you, is that you sought legal advice and that this is the recommended changes by the legal counsel that you sought it from. And so I'd be prepared to make a motion that we proceed with the procurement bylaw changes with the bylaw to come forward from council to the next regular meeting of council.
Okay, motion on the floor, seconded Councillor Frenier. Speakers? Those in favor of the motion? Carried. That brings us to the end of our meeting. Motion to adjourn, Mayor Gervais, seconded Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the striking committee to order for April 2nd. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda. I have the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. The minutes of December 5th, 2023 strikings committees was circulated with your agenda packages. I'd entertain a motion for their approval. I have Councillor Giacono, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Any business arising out of those minutes? Seeing none. I understand, Councillor Frenier, you have a motion to move into a closed session.
It's the right one. They're almost identical. Let's see here. Climate action. I believe it's this one. Yes, sorry. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality as per section 239.
No.
They're almost identical.
Yeah, that one there.
Okay, thank you. That this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or a local board employee who have applied to the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Advisory Committee and the Pembroke Police Service Board as per section 239(2)(b) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Frenier, seconded by Councillor Keel, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about unidentifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees who have applied to Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Advisory Committee and to the Pembroke Police Services Board as per section 239 sub 2 sub B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session. Thank you. A striking committee and caucus meeting was just held to discuss personal matters about identifiable individuals who have applied to serve on the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Advisory Committee and the Pembroke Police Services Board. There was no pecuniary interest declared. Report concerning the individuals recommended for appointment to the two committees will now be discussed as number 8, new business. Mr. Unruh.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the recommendation is the committee direction is requested regarding the membership of Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Committee and the Police Service Board. So the City of Pembroke currently has a vacancy on the Beautification and Climate Action Advisory Committee, as well as the Police Services Board. So residents interested in serving on the committee and board were asked to submit an application by 12 p.m. on Friday, March 22nd. Advertisements were placed in both in the March and the 13th and 20th edition of the Pembroke Observer and News and placed on the city's website on March 7th until March 25th. So to report out of the striking committee and caucus meeting was held earlier, and it was recommended that Paula Holocaust be appointed to the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Change Action Committee, and Des Bar Patel be appointed to the Pembroke Police Services Board.
Thank you. So can I have I realize it's going to be coming forward at council, but can I have a motion to, because that was just a recommendation? No?
I move that we recommend Paula Hultquist to the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Committee and Des Bear Patel to the Police Services Board.
Okay, and that was seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Can I have a motion to adjourn the striking committee? I have Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. We are adjourned. this council meeting to order for April 2nd, 2024. I would ask everyone to please stand for an opening prayer and reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosed pecuniary interests in relation to the matters this evening? Seeing none, we have a number of sets of minutes this evening. So the first is a regular meeting of council, March 19, 2023. I'd entertain a motion for their approval. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Then there was a special meeting of council, March 26, 2026. Entertain a motion for their approval. I have Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Jacquinot. Those in favor? That is carried. Then we have adoptions of minutes from various committees. The first is Planning and Development Committee, March 5th, 2023. I have Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Next is Finance and Administration Committee, March 5th, 2023. I have motion by Councillor Keel, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Last set of adoption of committee meeting minutes is Striking Committee, December 5th, 2023. I have Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Jacquinot. Those in favor? That is carried. Next, we have committee reports. One this evening, Striking Committee, Councillor Keel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that Paula Hulquist be appointed to the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Committee for this current term of council ending November 14th, 2026, and that the following individuals be appointed as per the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 to the 5-member Pembroke Police Services Board pending a review of the required police records check for this current term of council ending November 14th, 2026, or until such time that the Striking Committee of Council is able to meet following the 2026 municipal election to appoint the membership of the Police Services Board. Council representatives, Mayor Ron Gervais and Councillor Lafreniere. Community representatives, Christine Reevy and Desbert Patel. And provincial appointed representative, Michael St. Jean, appointed until August 13th, 2024.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that Paula Hulquist be appointed to the Pembroke Beautification Climate Action Committee for this term of council ending November 14, 2026, and that the following individuals be appointed as per the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 to the 5-member Police Services Board pending a review of the required police records check for this current term of council ending November 14th, 2026, or until such time as that the Striking Committee of Council is able to meet following the 2026 municipal election to appoint members of the Police Services Board. Council representatives would be myself and Councillor Lafreniere. Committee reps would be Christine Reevy and Desbert Patel, and the provincial appointee being Michael St. Jean, appointed until August 13th, 2024. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. That brings us to proclamations. We have 3 this evening. The first is regarding Parkinson's Awareness Month. So I do hereby declare April 2024 as Parkinson's Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke, whereas Parkinson's disease, for which there is no known cure, is a progressive degenerative neurological disorder which can cause tremors or trembling of the arms and legs, muscular rigidity, slowness of movement, and difficulty with speaking and swallowing. And whereas the Parkinson's Society of Canada provides information, consultation, support services, and educational seminars for people with Parkinson's disease and their families to promote better understanding of this disorder. And whereas desirable to increase the level of understanding of Parkinson's disease and the needs of persons living with this disease, therefore be it resolved that I, Ron Gervais, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Parkinson's Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke. Let us reflect upon spreading knowledge, understanding, and awareness of Parkinson's disease. Let us also take time to celebrate the stories of so many living with this disease, most notably Michael J. Fox, who is an inspiration for all those who have this particular condition. The second proclamation this evening is regarding Cancer Awareness Month. I do hereby declare April 2024 as Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Pembroke, whereas people in our community are touched by cancer every day, and whereas nearly 1 in 2 Canadians are expected to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime, and where over 100 Canadian Cancer Society volunteers in the City of Pembroke, along with thousands of volunteers across Ontario, are showing their support for people living with cancer throughout the month of April. And whereas for more than 50 years, people in our community have helped the Canadian Cancer Society during the Daffodil Month campaign raise funds for cancer patients and their families through life-saving cancer research, support services, and other important work that means fewer people will be affected by this disease. And whereas the daffodil is a symbol of strength and courage, a symbol of life for those Canadian Cancer Society, and in April, hundreds of volunteers will be knocking on doors and selling daffodil pins in our community to raise funds and inviting others to join the fight by wearing a daffodil pin. Therefore, I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim the month of April to be Cancer Awareness Month and urge all citizens of Pembroke to join in the fight and give generously to the Canadian Cancer Society. As indicated, April is Cancer Awareness Month. Cancer remains the leading cause of death in Canada. It seems that this disease has touched most of us in one way or another, whether it be ourselves, loved ones, a friend of a friend, a neighbor, even a complete stranger whose story we read on the internet. Today, there are 1.5 million Canadians living with and beyond cancer. This month, let us recognize the countless researchers, healthcare practitioners, volunteers, caregivers, policymakers, and community members who continue to innovate and advance cancer research and care across this country. Let us acknowledge the courage and strength of patients who motivate us each and every day. The last proclamation for this evening for the week of April 14th to April 20th has to do with National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. So I do hereby declare April 14th through the 20th of 2024 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the City of Pembroke. Whereas emergencies can strike without warning, necessitating immediate action and the involvement of a well-prepared emergency service. And whereas the ambulance communications officers of the Renfrew County Centre Ambulance Communications Centre serve as the unsung heroes and vital first point of contact in these critical moments, acting with speed, precision, and empathy. And whereas ambulance communication officers skillfully dispatch 2 paramedic service and 15 township fire departments, coordinating essential resources and personnel to manage crises effectively and efficiently. And whereas their expertise and calm demeanor under pressure ensure the efficient coordination of life-saving services, bridging the gap between the community in distress and the swift response of emergency services. Whereas through their diligent efforts, ambulance communication officers uphold the highest standard of public safety, contributing significantly to the protection of life and property. Whereas their role as the cornerstone of the emergency response system is characteristic by a remarkable commitment to providing care and ensuring the safety of public and emergency responders. And whereas the professionalism, skill, and compassion exhibited by these dedicated individuals not only save lives, but also provide reassurance and hope to those in urgent need. And whereas the community's trust and safety are continually enhanced by the tireless work and dedication of these outstanding professionals. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim April 14th through the 20th as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the City of Pembroke, and call upon all citizens to acknowledge and celebrate the exceptional service and commitment of our local ambulance communication officers, whose work is essential in maintaining the safety and well-being of our community. Each year, members of council, during the second week of April, the telecommunications personnel, the public safety community are honored. This week-long event is a time to celebrate and thank those who dedicate their lives to serving the public. It is a week that should be set aside so everyone can be made aware of their hard work and dedication. We encourage everyone to celebrate and honor these individuals for all the sacrifices they make to create a better, safer community, province, and country for the public. These incredible men and women work 24/7, 365 days a year to serve the residents and visitors of Renfrew County, including Pembroke, South Algonquin Township, and the Algonquin Park, located in our very own town of Renfrew. Councillor Giacono, moving on to bylaws 2024-24.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer. that bylaw 2024-24, being a bylaw to regulate and control the parking of vehicles in the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation, and awaiting your signature, your worship.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Giacomo, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2024-24, bylaw to regulate and control the parking of vehicles in the city of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Giacomo.
Thank you, your worship. Just a little overview rather. A parking fee fine review of several municipalities took place some time ago, which included municipalities within Renfrew County and other Ontario municipalities with the same population range as the city of Pembroke. The city of Pembroke's parking fines and fees are typically lower than the average in the other municipalities. So based on that information, after a great deal of discussion at the planning stage, the information compiled by various municipalities and based on trying to attain an increase in revenue to help decrease the inflating costs of snow removal, taxes, etc., a matrix was created that recognizes the severity of fines based on community safety. It is a recommendation of the planning department that parking fines and fees be amended as follows. There are 46 subsections, your worship. I'm not going to read them all. This information will be available on our website for the public's information. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, we have motions. Resolution 2024-10, procedural bylaw amendment. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Keel. The council directs staff to amend section 7.8 of the procedural bylaw to include references that any member of council that wishes to request staff to bring forward a report would follow additional steps to ensure the report is relevant and necessary item to be added to the meeting agenda. The additional steps should include meeting with relevant city staff to ensure the item is within the scope of council and relevant to the city's needs and is deemed pertinent. Just having trouble there for a second. The council should formally submit in writing outlining the purpose of necessity of the item and have the support of at least one other council member.
Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Council directing staff to amend section 7.8 of the procedural bylaw to include references that any member of council that wishes to request staff bring forward a report would follow additional steps to ensure the report is relevant and necessary items to be added to a meeting agenda, and that additional steps should include meeting with the relevant city staff to ensure the item is within the scope of council and relevant to the city's needs and is deemed pertinent. That councillor should formally submit in writing outlining the purpose and necessity of this item and have the support of at least one other council member. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you. So I think what this basically boils down to is we've all discussed how important staff time is here, and we know that staff only have so many hours a day to focus on different agendas. Council members, we all come in here and are elected with our own, projects, or we see something that we want to retrieve more relevant information. There's no issue with asking staff for information and getting clarification on things. This motion goes through, do we really need a report brought to council? Therefore, it takes many hours to prepare reports and get it ready to be presented to council. And it just stops guides council members to not ask for frivolous reporting. We know that staff time is very valuable. We need to keep it that way. So, and as also with a staff member or with reporting, we also have another council member that supports you in that motion. So we're not, just have a whim and a pet project that really is not going to go anywhere farther than just yourself. Thank you.
Seconder wish to speak to it, and if not, I'll open it up to. Yeah.
I think this. I think it provides a balance, as Councillor Plummer indicated. We all come to council. We all want to get things through, and certainly at the end of the day, I think most of us, value the staff's time or whatnot. So this is really just saying that you know, before we have staff go through the whole work and many hours of reporting and creating the report, or research and then creating the report, that you consult with them, that you have at least one other person around the table. Of course, if you don't have one other person around the table to support it, then, you know, you're not going to get very far to begin with. You couldn't even get a motion on the table without a second councillor. So I think it's a good middle ground. I don't think it really shouldn't prevent any councillor from getting their projects through, presuming that they have support around the table. So if nothing else, I think it'll at least just give us a second step to pause, think about what we're wanting to accomplish, talk it out with another councillor, and then if it's all speed ahead, then this certainly still allows for it. And so I think it's a good middle ground.
Purcell?
Thank you, Mayor. We already have a policy in place. I don't know why we need another policy. We have the Code of Conduct policy under Section 11.4. Under a municipal council, acting as a body can dictate to the staff perform such duties as are necessary for the efficient management of the affairs of the community and or research such matters as council deems necessary. Individual council members do not have authority to direct staff. Council shall direct staff through the chief administrative officer. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? If you're looking for staff time to actually be able to report, it should go through the CAO. It's part of our policies. We all signed the Code of Conduct. And if that's the case, then it's a Code of Conduct issue if somebody violated the Code of Conduct. 11.4 for the Code of Conduct. We don't need a bylaw.
Okay, I have Councillor Frenier.
Yeah, my simple comment, well, thank you for that, Councillor Purcell, for clarifying that. I just didn't want it to prevent chairs and vice chairs from working with the supervisors of the different departments, because we often have a meeting and then develop an idea and then come up with a report and present it. So in that case, I would imagine that would stay the same, because obviously it's a member of council too bringing that forward. But that's an interesting fact that Councillor Purcell brings forth. Is this redundant, this new, are we replacing something with something that's already there?
I thought I saw a hand over here somewhere, but I could be totally wrong. So totally wrong. Anyway, Councillor Keel?
So I think if it was a duplication, it actually puts us on a faster track, because if we were to follow the policy that Councillor Purcell lays out, that means for every issue that we want to take to staff, we need to come first here with a notice of motion. Then we need to wait 2 weeks. We need to debate the notice of motion. And with all due respect, we're already here some nights until 10, 11. We've been here twice, 2 or 3 times past midnight. So I think, again, this is a middle ground between having this whole, I mean, imagine, I'm going to use Councillor Lafreniere just because she's beside me, but, imagine she brings a notice of motion that I want to look at this issue. We don't have anything before us. We don't have a staff report yet, so we're going to debate a hypothetical report. I don't know that Councillor Purcell would be a good use of our time either. So, again, I'm going to say that this is a good middle ground compared even to what I think the current procedural bylaw that you stated is, because I also don't want us all bringing notices of motions for all of our pet projects either. I think that would then get cumbersome here around this table.
Okay, so there's still, okay, so Councillor Plummer, and then I have Councillor Purcell.
I'm not going to, debate Councillor Purcell on the Code of Conduct, but I think the understanding here is it's to prevent frivolous reporting. So if you have asked staff for a report and then they spend this time, preparing all those staff hours, we really need something that says, no, you need to make sure that council members understand it's relevant, as well as have a second councillor that's in support of that. Because as Councillor Keel stated, if you don't have a second, you can't even get the motion off the table.
Purcell?
Isn't that a basic function of supervision? In regards, if somebody says, okay, you need to do this, X, don't you just kind of send up a little email to say, hey, to CAO, Councillor Purcell is asking me to do this. Are you okay with that? Thumbs up, thumbs down. I mean, we have to have somebody that's controlling the request to our staff time. We already have the mechanism in place. It's through the CAO. I mean, I think maybe it's just a simple supervisory responsibility to say, hey, when you get a request from council, shoot it up to me and we'll discuss it before you put some time into it. Maybe it's legit, maybe it's not legit. But why do we need to kind of put a formal policy in place when it's just it's actually just a form of supervision?
So if I may, from the chair, so I think all of this is, I believe, coming forward in terms of a report that came forward, and it was vaguely, I'll say that it was talking about animals. I've always encouraged council members to speak to directors, not I can think back to when I first got on council, they clearly said, do not be directing, let's say, the parks maintenance person out in Riverside Park as to you didn't cut the grass right or whatever. You don't do those things. But certainly I've encouraged all members of council, have conversations with directors. That doesn't, and the CAO, and to me that doesn't cause, in my mind, any issues. You're simply trying to sometimes just get some information. And what I've learned is sometimes you ask the question, you find out why certain things are the way they are, and then it ends there because there's no need for a report or anything. It's just that sometimes it's a matter of trying to understand, well, why does the city do certain things? And I've always often seen there was usually a rationale or a reason behind it. The next point was, whenever I was reading it, I thought to myself, is this about having, as Councillor Lafreniere says, chairs and vice chairs having conversations with their counterpart? So I know that together with Councillor Plummer, we meet with Mr. Lewis, we have discussions about this is what's coming on the next agenda, is there anything that you wish to address with me, and so forth. And I have encouraged, I know Mayor LeMay encouraged all members, chairs and vice chairs, to be meeting with their directors, because that's what you're chairing, and so that you have a deeper, better understanding of what's going on in that particular department, so that when something gets debated here, there's assistance around the table in addition to staff, because there's two members of council that should know what it is that the staff member is talking about, what that director is talking about. Then I thought more of it, and I think it was just confirmed. If this is to replace having notices of motion, which basically you bring forward a notice of motion, and yes, it requires then waiting 2 weeks, but if that is the purpose of it, is to get rid of the notice of motion, it was put in the procedural bylaw for a reason. Is someone brings forward a motion, hey, by the way, I'm going to bring forward a certain motion, it allows then staff to be, and council members to be thinking about it, figuring out, what's this about? Do I support it? Do I not? And perhaps they're doing their own bit of research or what have you on their own. So I view the notice of motion process as helpful, because it allows some time to look at things. People aren't coming forward with something out of nowhere, because I think it's extremely easy to get a second person to come on side and say, hey, can you support something? And so if what this process is, with all due respect, if what it is I need a second person, I might not pick on the deputy mayor. Hey, I think I got a great idea, or he'll say the same thing to me. Well, there we go. We got two, and now we're going to get a staff report, as opposed to functioning as a collective, which is what we're supposed to be doing as a council. So when you do the notice of motion, that means everyone's opinion factors into it. We figure out whether or not we support it, don't support it, because I got to tell you, getting a second person, sometimes it's pretty easy to get a person to say, yeah, that's worth exploring, as opposed to getting, as we've seen even earlier tonight, we don't often always agree, and that's good. It's healthy to have discussions and so forth, but you're only going to get that if you do a notice of motion process to have all of council weigh in on it. It doesn't deviate from the fact that chairs and vice chairs are still meeting with their directors, having input, but it's not like we're directing staff, you better generate a report on whatever. This is as two members of council, and it works both ways. I find is that the director sometimes will bounce things off. Okay, so as a member of council, what do you think of this? And if you give them the hairy eyeball, it's like, okay, don't ask that question. But it's to have some feedback from council members, but it by no means is it directing staff to be doing things like generating reports. So Not sure what happened in terms of that one particular item that came forward. I'm hoping that that was an anomaly, and certainly I would hope that there isn't pet projects, if you will. If someone has something that they want to, on behalf of the public or whatever, bring it forward as a notice of motion. We'll debate it. Some survive, some don't survive. But as a council, we work together to determine whether or not it's something that would move forward. So that's my thoughts on this particular resolution. Councillor Purcell.
Sorry, another addition. There's also 11.5 where the board committee members do not, board and community members do not have the authority to direct staff with the limited exception of any staff member assigned to council to the board or committee. So, I mean, if we're going to be talking about some of these changes, then we need to look at all the documentation so that we have consistency. Because right now, it looks like, okay, if you're directing staff time, it needs to go through the CAO, with the exception of somebody that's appointed to the board for supports. And if that's the case, then, so, I mean, there's 6 paragraphs on it that we all signed and said that we'd adhere to. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to it? If not, I'll call the Councillor Lafreniere.
Through you, I think, I don't know if we can table, table this motion, or is it's not a note, it's a where is it here?
It's under motions. It's a resolution, yes?
It's a resolution. I think we should table it and take Councillor Purcell's comments, because we don't want 4 different interpretations of what we want. So I think we should edit and we should merge them, because I understand it is nice to have that second, opinion and before we start demanding staff's time. So I really think we should table this and have it looked at, take all those points. Because you don't want 3 different sets of something similar, so people can interpret it the way they want to.
Allow Councillor Purcell to speak, and then I'm looking for motions.
I suggest that the issue is just an anomaly. I think we have consensus in regards to the council, in regards to how to move forward without having a policy, without tabling, wasting more time, wasting more staff time. I think we already have a process in place that's through the code of conduct, and I think that we can just add a clarification in regards to it doesn't have to be a bylaw, but just an operating instruction, just to say, hey, this is how you go about doing these things, and I think we just all have to adhere to it. I think it's as simple as that, and just considered an anomaly, and it's but there's a process that's already in place.
Okay, so hearing no motion to table, I'll call the question then in relation to the resolution, and as was moved by Councillor Plummer and second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Against? Okay, the motion fails. Next one is Resolution 2024-11, Mental Health and Drug Treatment Rehabilitation. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell. Whereas the well-being of our community members is paramount importance, and addressing mental health and substance use disorder is crucial for the overall health and safety of all our residents, and whereas the County of Renfrew, like many other regions, faces significant challenges related to mental health and addiction, with individuals and families grappling with the devastating impact of these conditions, and whereas timely access to specialized treatment and residential rehabilitation services and transitional housing is essential for those struggling with mental health issues and substance use disorders, and whereas we need to address the urgent need for additional treatment beds, especially for adults requiring intensive supports, and to improve access to care in rural, northern, and Indigenous communities, and whereas the number of drug-related deaths in the County of Renfrew as a whole is on the rise, underscoring the critical importance of accessible treatment options for those at risk of negative impacts, including overdose, death, and whereas the establishment of a mental health, drug addiction treatment, and residential rehabilitation facility serving the County of Renfrew would provide the following benefits. Local accessibility. Residents would have access to specialized services without the burden of traveling long distances, ensuring timely intervention and continuity of care. holistic approach. The facility could offer integrated care addressing both mental health and substance use disorders concurrently, thereby improving outcomes for clients. Community support. By providing a safe and supportive environment, the facility would contribute to reducing stigma and fostering community understanding of mental health and addiction. Collaboration with existing services. This facility could collaborate with existing community organizations, healthcare, and social service providers and law enforcement agencies to create a comprehensive network of support, i.e. County of Renfrew MESA program. Now therefore be it resolved that Council of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke, 1, urgently requests the Province of Ontario to allocate funding specifically for the establishment of a mental health, addiction, and residential drug treatment rehabilitation facility serving the County of Renfrew. 2, advocates for a facility that offers evidence-based, trauma-informed care addressing both addiction and concurrent mental health issues. 3, commits to working collaboratively with neighboring municipalities and counties, all community stakeholders, and provincial authorities to ensure the successful implementation of this vital facility. Furthermore, the City of Pembroke Council encourages all residents to support this resolution and join the collective effort to enhance mental health and addiction services in our region. Be it further resolved that copies of the motion be distributed to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Sylvia Jones, Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, Michael Tibolo, Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Robert Martin, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Health, the Honourable John Yakubuski, MPP for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, Peter Emo, Warden for the County of Renfrew, and all neighbouring County of Renfrew lower tier municipalities.
Does everyone understand this motion if I was to suspend rereading of the resolution? Not to take away from the severity or the subject matter of it, but... Please. Okay. So having said that, so Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to this resolution?
Yeah. So in discussing this with Councillor Purcell, who sits on the Health Unit Committee, and there's people asking us in the community for a area, a drug addiction and mental health facility. Does not have to be in Pembroke, does not have to be in Renfrew County. I showed the motion to the warden of Renfrew County when he was at the last council meeting, and he suggested I put the word in serving, because if we put serving, if we share it with another county, we'd be more successful in getting the funding. Belleville is getting a 50-bed detox center after their intensive lobbying. They're looking for a location right now. A rehab facility is part of the overall community plan. Rehab center, mental health facility, transitional housing, supportive housing with wraparound services, and enforcement. It's all part of the community-wide plan. And so now we put the wheels in motion, and tonight we lobby the government for this facility, and hopefully I'm confident the county will support it and other neighboring municipalities. And then we take it from there. We go to the government and lobby for it. It's strategically needed. I know there's Mackay Manor, but it's only 16 beds. So we need something in this area to share with another county and start the lobbying process.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there's a real gap in terms of the services that are available for individuals struggling with addiction issues within Renfrew County. We do have the Renfrew County Addiction Treatment System. It is a system. It consists of addiction treatment services, McKay Manor, Pathways, alcohol and drug treatment services, as well as the County Renfrew Community Withdrawal Management Services and Renfrew County Addiction Supportive Housing Program. So these are kind of all linked, and now that we've kind of worked with, in terms of the county in establishing the MESA program, it provides some supports in regards to transitional housing supports and getting people out in the streets, providing, interactions with individuals so that they have the appropriate healthcare, mental health, and addiction opportunities. But the thing is, there's no place to house those individuals within Renfrew County. The Deputy Mayor was correct. McKay Manor is the only one in Renfrew County that actually offers residential treatment program. And again, we're limited, I think it's 12 beds, by the way, 12 beds. So, I mean, and those are, you know, those beds are taken up, and there's long waits for individuals that are wishing to get into recovery. So having, you know, access to a greater number of residential treatment programs, you know, within Renfrew County or bordering Renfrew County, it gives an opportunity for those individuals to access treatment. In my former role as an employee health and wellness manager, I used to make numerous referrals for individuals that were struggling with drug and alcohol issues. As far as ways, they have to go to Guelph, you know, Toronto. These are the only options that they have to go away to get treatment. And there's certain criteria that needs to be met for those individuals to go into treatment. So, I mean, with the services that we do have, and I'm not taking away from the services that we do have, I appreciate all the work that they do, the hard work that they do, and they've come a long way in regards to the addiction treatment system that we've built. But there's a gap there, and the gap now is the residential treatment and transitional housing components that we're addressing through the county. So I think, you know, I think we're on the right path, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing that motion forward, and I think it's something that's long overdue, and it would be a real benefit for those individuals seeking treatment. So thank you.
I think Councillor Fernie, and then, did you have your hand up? No?
Through the chair, I just want to reiterate, I mean, everything's been said that I want to say, and I just want to say that I've been sitting at this table for 23 years, and I'm finally hearing the conversations. You're still sitting. Yeah. Sorry.
I couldn't resist.
There. You're the only one that noticed, by the way. But anyway, I just want to say that after 23 years, these are the conversations that I've been wanting to hear. So I want to commend everybody in the community, because it's sad that it took it to get it to this point, and not just here, globally. Like, you know, so I mean, I want to commend you all. Thank you.
Councillor Chagnon?
Stand.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Fernie, I got to remember to stand. Thank you. I have to agree with what has been said. I know a number of years ago when the methadone clinic came here, they came in under the radar. They opened, we didn't know they were open, they just opened the door. And the way we caught them was they had an infraction with a building infraction in their building. So we actually invited the owners to come here. I think you were here. And, you know, they were totally disgusted that we would even question why they were in our community when the provincial government said there was a drug problem and they had to rectify it. But they had an obligation, I thought, to us to tell us that they're going to be here and where they're going to be, rather than just opening the door. And the people that were suffering from drug addictions knew, but we didn't know. Police didn't know. Thought that was terrible. So it's fractured. We have the methadone clinic. You know, we've got, and I don't mean to sound negative. I'm not trying to say. A lot of good things have happened. The methadone clinic helps people that require it. We've got a warming center. We've got the grind. We've got people that are being intimidated in their backdoor neighborhoods by people that are being, you know, noisy, loud, obnoxious. You know, you have people banging on car doors at the bank, threatening people. That's not the community we should be living in. So these things are fractured. So what you're saying, I agree with. Bring these things somehow under one umbrella to make the quality of life better in our community. I mean, who should have to live with somebody defecating on their front lawn? Nobody. Nobody. We shouldn't put up with that. We don't have to put up with that, because somebody has a mental issue and we have to help them look after it. But for the quality of life within our community, these things have to be brought together. And Your Worship, I believe that you will be the lead in lobbying the Premier and not letting go. I mean, you know, they'll say, well, there isn't enough money. And there's problems exist everywhere, but they're existing here. But I know, Your Worship, that you have the heart of a tiger there under that quiet, unassuming demeanor. I know that you will pursue that. And I think that through the motion that's on the floor and working together as a council, we will see something come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
So in the 1980s, the drug issue was just say no. That was one of the most horrible campaigns that have ever existed, because it's not that simple. A drug addiction, mental health issues, they're health issues, and they have to be treated that way. Nobody goes to jail for 30 days and comes out with all of those health issues just magically gone. So at the end of the day, we have to have a more fulsome wraparound service for these individuals so that we're providing them with the health care coverage that we need. There can also be some enforcement mechanisms, and soon I'm going to be giving notice of motion also for some enforcement measures for us to take on. But tonight we're talking about a healthcare issue because it is a healthcare issue, and it needs to be treated like a healthcare issue. But it needs to be treated for the specific healthcare issue that it is. You know, when these people nearly overdose and they go into the hospital, that's our taxpayer dollars paying for that treatment. And that's not a problem. We are here to make sure that others in society are not harming themselves. But when they immediately get thrown back at the street, they have not received the health care they need to not do that again. So then they're back in the ER, and we're paying for that again. There are so many studies out there, largely from the US, because they tend to try and, you know, I'll be frank here, they tend to try and just do it the easy way. We'll throw them in jail, everything will be fine. They're still getting drugs in jail. They're still on drugs when they're released from jail, and then they go find more drugs. So you have to get to the root of the cause if you want the problem to stop. And the root of the cause, it's a health issue. These people aren't getting drugs because they saw a commercial on TV and went, well, let's go try that. No. They're getting drugs because they think the drugs make them feel better. Physically better, mentally better. They think that that is how they will be better in life. It is that root cause that is what we have to go after. And I think the province thus far, I think are starting to see that. They might be late to the game. You know, it'd be great if we had some of these facilities 10 years ago. It'd be great if we had a lot of things 20 years ago. But with the new, sorry, Councillor Purcell, was it Belleville, Brockville, Belleville? Belleville. So obviously this is on the province's radar, which I think is a great time for us to advocate for our own. I just know from my own legal practice that we don't have enough beds here in Renfrew County. I think you said it was 15 beds. That's not nearly enough for Renfrew County. So some of these people are having to pay out of their own pocket to get to treatment. This isn't always paid for by everybody. There's a lot of people that are having to pay out of their pocket for private treatment. I find that to be a shame. But they're having to travel because we don't have enough beds and we don't have enough resources. The fact of the matter is we need to nip it in the bud. We need to get to the root causes of mental health and addiction. And that will then help stop us having to pay for the emergency rooms, for the enforcement measures. I don't care what anybody says. Opening up more jail cells will not solve this problem. The Americans have showed us that. They love jails. They love putting people in jail. And they have a bigger problem than we do. So what we need to do is focus on health issues while looking at enforcement measures, while pulling every lever that we can find on this. This one's an all hands on deck problem. So we need to look at everything, and I thank the Deputy Mayor for bringing this motion. I couldn't be more in favor of it, and I certainly hope that we do get a more local facility. Like you said, it doesn't have to be in Renfrew County. But one that services us specifically, and like you said, can integrate with our systems, can get to know our community, would certainly be better than having only 15 beds locally and people having to go province-wide to fight for spots. So, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this motion.
Okay, so I could not agree more with everything that has been said. I have one question for the mover and the seconder. Can we also circulate this to the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus? Because the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus is who advocates for us instead of the Warden's Caucus. Okay, so I'll call the question. Those in favor, and that is carried unanimously. Before we move on to Resolution 2024-12, can we have a motion to extend for another half hour? I have the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Okay, next is Resolution 2024-12, Ride Share. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell. Whereas the City of Pembroke faces challenges related to limited access and transportation, and there exists a pressing need for a ride-sharing service to address transportation gaps within our community. Whereas rideshare services are increasingly relied upon by seniors, students, visitors, and tourists, and residents looking for a safe, affordable, convenient, and reliable ways to travel. And whereas the standardization and consistency of regulations across municipalities, particularly in Ontario, can improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the regulatory framework. And whereas transferring the responsibility of rideshare regulations and licensing to the provincial level would contribute to a more streamlined and uniform governance structure while eliminating associated red tape and unnecessary administrative costs. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Pembroke formally requests the Government of Ontario to initiate the transfer of responsibilities in the interest of creating a more coherent and standardized regulatory framework for ride-sharing services across the province, and be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be distributed to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Prabmeet Sakaria, Minister of Transportation, the Honourable Paul Calandria, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable John Yakubuski, MPP for Renfrew and Nipissing Pembroke, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Eastern Ontario's Wardens Caucus, and the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, the County of Renfrew, and all neighbouring County of Renfrew lower tier municipalities.
Thank you. And as requested previously, can I waive reading?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to your resolution?
Yeah. So, I've been in contact through the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference with a rideshare company, and when I was there, I was talking to the mayor of another township, I think it was Brighton Township, and we were discussing the regulatory affairs of the rideshare rules and the challenge that the rideshare company has. And this legislation, if the province took it over, would be for all rideshare companies. So the trouble is that you have one municipality has a taxi rideshare bylaw, another municipality might not have one, and you drive one, you get a rideshare company in your community, and they want to go to Renfrew, Ottawa, they might have different bylaws. So this is a harmonization legislation that they're looking for to reduce red tape, and this is the best way to get it, by lobbying the government to have this take over the legislation. In BC and Quebec, they take care of the rideshare legislation. Right now, this particular company has 50 separate requests to rideshare to come to their municipality, and it's just makes more sense to have blanket legislation. And that's basically it. It's to reduce red tape. And I basically asked them, would you come to Pembroke right tomorrow? They said, no, we want to get the legislation in the province. This resolution is the same as Brighton Township. It's been passed by 4 or 5 other municipalities, and it's going throughout the province, just to get the province to lobby them to come on board and pass legislation, so that the rideshare company can go from here to Ottawa without any issues. I asked Laurentian Valley CEO if they had a taxi rideshare bylaw. They don't have one. So, for example, if we got a rideshare, we have a rideshare bylaw here. Say rideshare came here, they started going to LV, someone could protest and say, oh, I don't like that. Just an example. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but they could say, well, we're going to create our own rideshare. But if the province had blanket legislation, it'd be better for everybody.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to build on what the Deputy Mayor was discussing, earlier today we talked a little bit about the representative from Danny's Taxi, and talked about integrated transportation system, kind of similar to what we're talking about, the integration with the mental health and addictions pieces. Integration is the way to do things, right, instead of duplicating services. So I think, we're just paving the way to allow another tool in our toolbox in terms of transportation options. Some of the issues that come about in terms of the rideshare programs also is that well, that rideshare could pick up in Pembroke, but it could drop off and say in Renfrew, and maybe they can't take a share back. So that's where the inconsistency is. So I think there's an opportunity just to kind of, discuss with the Ontario government to say, hey, if we're going to do this, make it a blanket policy, so that way there, the rideshare company is successful, because otherwise they have to drive back to Pembroke to get a ride. Well, that's not beneficial to anybody, and it's won't be beneficial to the rideshare program based on the local policy. So these are the types of things that we're talking about. And again, I just want to reiterate, the integration is the walking, it's bicycles, it's our bus systems, our taxis, the ride shares, the handy bus, the Care for services. All these should be integrated, and I think this paves the way for that integration. So thank you.
Okay. Does any other council member wish to speak to it? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The mayor's report this evening. Good evening, everyone. On March 20th, I had the pleasure of attending with Heather Sutherland, Michael St. Jean, and Julia Klimak as we presented to Michael Conroy with his CIP grant. This is a great program that continues to improve the streetscapes in Pembroke, not only within the PBIA, but outside of the area as well. The last report that I've received indicates a rate of return of 363%. It's great for the economy as well as the businesses and everyone all around. Later that day, there was a meet and greet at the Pembroke Public Library, and I'm most appreciative of the dialogue there, as well as Councillor Keel, who attended. Certainly had a great meeting with lots of different comments and things to consider. On March 21st, the CEO and I had the pleasure to meet with the base commander to discuss points of mutual interest and to foster a closer relationship with the garrison. I believe there's a number of items in common and action items that flowed from that particular meeting. On March 21st, I attended the Kiwanis Festival of the Stars to bring greetings to the hardworking participants and the many people who support their initiative and mastery of their craft. What great performances, very impressive, these individuals in our very own community. And so kudos to the Kiwanis Club of Pembroke, the parents, the teachers, the mentors, York TV, and the Pembroke News for the coverage. On March 25th, I attended a warming center meeting together with the CAO as Councillor Purcell was on holidays. The next meeting is April 15th, and another meeting on May 13th. There was a great presentation on substance abuse-related harms from the Renfrew County District Health Unit. Very informative, very factual, very statistical, but it certainly drives home in terms of the issues that we are dealing with in our community. I understand that the health unit will be establishing a steering committee, and I've already been in contact with Councillor Purcell in respect to that. There is a slide deck that has been made available to all council members. On March 27th, the OPP had their chili fundraiser with the silent auction proceeds going to the Warming Center initiative. Extremely well attended by the public, requiring orders in advance, and so kudos to the Upper Ottawa Valley OPP for their fundraiser for this great cause. And the individuals were certainly well served by the OPP in that particular event. As always, be safe and be kind to one another. Notices of motion. Councillor Keel.
I have two notices of motion, Your Worship. The first notice of motion is for the renaming of the Indian River. We know that the term Indian now is generally seen as a derogative term, except when used in legislative purposes and constitutional purposes. The second notice of motion is to tackle illegal and toxic drug enforcement measures. So I will have those, I think they will be distributed by the staff for the next council meeting.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Councillor Jacquinot? Of what? So it's just a notice of the motion, but there would be debate at the following one, and Mr. CAO is going to circulate, I take it, is what the comment was? And certainly any questions can be raised once the motion comes forward at the next meeting. Is there any councillor updates? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, we want to congratulate Pembroke Lumber Kings on a well-fought series against Navan. They lost 2 overtime games, which could have went either way. Game 6 was by a score of 4-3. And we want to thank the organization, the Build and Family sponsors, fans, everyone involved with the Pembroke Lumber Kings organization. We look forward to next year. On behalf of Mayor Gervais and I, we want to remind residents of the next Pembroke Community Watch Program meeting, which will be Monday, April 29th at the Pembroke Fire Hall at 7 p.m. We encourage everyone to come if you're interested in learning more about the program. And the mandate of the program, the main goal is to create safe, welcoming communities, and we're looking forward to listening to our zone captains and also on ways we can help solve some of the issues in the community and then move forward in creating more neighborhood zones in the area. If you have any questions, you can contact the mayor and myself. On behalf of Councillor Giacono and I, the Beautification and Climate Advisory Committee is doing a different twist this year. We're going to have an Earth Day Community Cleanup Week, April 20th, 26th. Neighborhood cleanup, there's going to be prizes and 100 cleanup kits available, and more information will be coming soon via press release and social media. The Pembroke Community Garden Rain Barrel fundraiser is well underway. We've sold 30 rain barrels so far. We get $10 a barrel. It's our major fundraiser for the year. Our goal is to sell 75 to get prepaid freight, but we want to sell 100. And all the information is at rainbarrel.ca, and you can contact myself or Mayor Gervais. The deadline is May 24th. There'll be more lawn signs and advertising as we go. We're looking for volunteers for the Care for Community Garden again. We have garden beds that we donate the food to the food bank and a large land garden also. And there are 2 or 3 garden beds available. You can contact myself or the mayor if you would like to have one. And that's the updates, Your Worship.
Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say that today is Autism Awareness Day, April 2nd. So certainly that's a very important issue to many families across our local municipality, but also across Canada. Kudos to all the caregivers and education facilitators and everyone involved with those with autism. Festival Hall, I was recently able to attend Dogs Do Magic, which was a thoroughly enjoyable event. It was kids of all ages, Your Worship, that day. It was absolutely amazing to see. I tried to get them to take my 216-pound Great Dane to train him as well as they have their dogs trained. I don't think he could do some of the stuff that they were doing, but it was a great event, and like I said, it was a good event for the children. Later last week was Derek Sagan, Nap, Laugh, Repeat. This was another, and both of these events, Your Worship, the first floor of Festival Hall was pretty much sold out, so these were 2 great events. Last Tuesday afternoon, I was with Bethia Summers and Stacy Taylor doing a walkabout to downtown, dropping into different businesses and whatnot. Apparently I talked too much, because what I thought would be an afternoon to get through all of downtown turned out to be an afternoon to get through about 2 blocks. So I need to learn to make that a little quicker. But it was really good to see. It was really good to see our business owners and our employees, and I think most of us could guess some of the thoughts that are on their mind currently. But they also had some positive things to say. So it was certainly good to hear from them. Festival Hall coming up, the Stampeders, April 15th. I can tell you there's almost no seats left down in the lower area. There's a handful. There's still seats available up in the balcony. Tom Thompson's Wake on April 20th. Again, limited seating downstairs, but still a good amount of seating upstairs. And Elton Ron on Sunday, April 21st. Again, pretty good sales on the ground floor. Lots of seats available up in the balcony. And the Elton Ron on April 21st is a fundraiser for Festival Hall to help us pay for the over $40,000 in audiovisual upgrades, some of which are going in literally as we're here this week. So Great news for Festival Hall, and there's five cases where almost the entire bottom was or is going to be sold out.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell?
Mayor, just a quick health update. As you're aware, Monday, April the 8th, there's going to be a solar eclipse. Renfrew County District Health Unit's catchment area is just north of the path. So our area will experience a partial eclipse. Renfrew County District Health Unit reminds everyone that children should always be supervised during the eclipse, as they may not fully comprehend the risks involved. It is not safe to look at the sun without the approved eye protection. Make sure it's ISO certified eye protection, or just the pinhole cameras that are used. So just be careful, be on your best behaviors, ensure that everybody's taking the appropriate protection in terms of eye protection, and more information is available on the Renfrew County District Health Unit website.
Thank you. Councillor Jacquinot?
Your Worship, I know that the chief may have mentioned it when he was here, but Sparky buttonholed me at the Lumber King game. Of course, we know that Sparky is a mascot for the Pembroke Fire Department, and he wanted to ensure that the mayor and all of council would be attending the pancake breakfast, and I assured him that probably all of us would. It takes place on April the 6th from 8 till 11:30 a.m. 12 years and up, $10 for a wonderful breakfast of pancake, sausage, orange juice, and coffee. 11 years and under, $5 in support of the Pembroke Handy Bus. And we're talking about transportation and issues. Come on out and support Pembroke Handy Bus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Frenier, I believe you have a motion to move into a closed session.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality as per Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act regarding property located in Trans-Canada Park and the waterfront.
Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Keel. This meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality as per Section 239 sub 2 sub B of the Municipal Act regarding property located in the Trans-Can Park and the waterfront. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. We'll now move into a closed session.